Alright. Now it's time for Arcadia Fallen 2, which is a game I haven't played myself. I also haven't played Arcadia Fallen. I will have one of the developers of the game join the stream, but they're not here yet. So maybe a little bit delayed. We'll see when they arrive. Until then, I'll just be taking a look, since I also haven't tried the game at all. I haven't really been able to find the time to research it much. But Arcadia Fallen is a visual novel, and Arcadia Fallen 2 is a visual novel. It's kind of interesting that they've been able to make a second one, because usually, sadly, Danish companies don't get to their second game. Most companies, they make one game and that kind of ends up being that. But not only did they get to make their second game, it also seems to be more successful than their first one. So they released this one on many different platforms like Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, I think mobile as well. And as far as I know, it's been more successful than the first one. Since I don't really know anything else about it, I'll just press new game and we'll see what happens until the developer arrives. Søren, hey.
Are you awake?
Don't be rude, Soren.
Me? Rude? I'm not the one snoozing through the whole trip.
Even so.
There you are, sleepyhead. You've been asleep for so long, I was wondering if you'd started to hibernate.
Alright, so this must be Soren, the guy with the pink hair, and this must be Nina, the girl with the yellow hair, and I must be the one they're talking to, that I've been asleep.
Come on, look, we just entered the forest. We'll be at the academy soon.
You really shouldn't jump around so much, Soren. The hunters are gonna scold you again.
It's impossible for me to sit still. We're gonna be mages, Nina. Real mages who shoot fireballs and stuff.
Okay, always very cool. We're going to a mage academy.
I'm pretty sure fireballs aren't allowed. That sounds like a way too dangerous kind of magic.
What? Why? Fireballs are so cool. Don't you agree?
Oh, might get to make my first choice. Okay, I think this is like a main feature of the game, and that's kind of what it's going to be about. Like we go on a adventure and choose our own stuff. Fireballs are awesome, I would say. Pretty awesome. I think
Oh,
damn
I know,
awesome.
right? Back in Central, they import magic fireworks for New Year's. We are talking huge balls of fire and glitter way, way into the sky. Those are just illusions, though. I want to make the real deal. That's why I know I'm already picking the Tinker study path when we're old enough. Have you thought about what kind of magic you want to study yet? Which class would you like to take?
Oh, okay. What's the difference there? So then I haven't thought very much about it. Or Tinker, Illusionist, or Mender. I guess let's ask what's the difference. I'm not really sure what the different paths are.
Really? No worries, I'll tell you. So, there's 4 paths in total.
Oh, I could only choose 3, I think.
The nature mages work with plants, but you gotta already have a talent for it to get in, so it's not really all that interesting.
Oh, hey yo, Sad Corn Cup, welcome to the stream. You're getting to be a regular. So I've just kind of started the game since the developer is delayed. So I'm just taking a look through it. So far, we're just kind of waking up and we're going to a mage academy. So that we can learn to be mages. This is Soren and this is Nina, and I don't know much about myself yet. The nature mages work with plants, but you gotta already have a talent for it to get in, so that's not really all that interesting. Okay.
Then there's the menders, who heal people. I have an uncle who's a mender, and he's a real stick in the mud. He always has his nose stuck in some heavy book, so I wouldn't recommend that. Now, the illusionists all work with flashy entertainment magic. It's all just fake, though.
I was actually gonna be an illusionist.
Uh-oh.
It's totally cool. A really cool major, yes. But the real cool kids are in the Tinker class. They're the ones who invent and build magical items.
Okay. Well, I think I kind of agree with him. Tinker sounds kind of nice. Illusionist sounds like, well, if it's only entertainment magic, I kind of want to do stuff. Of course, mending is also healing, but I think Tinker, let's go for something exciting. When you put it like that, I think I'd like to be a Tinker as well.
A great choice. I'm looking forward to having you as a classmate.
Yeah, sorry, Nina.
But, you know, it's not like we can't take classes together no matter what our major might be. There's elective classes on all sorts of subjects. Maybe there's a Fireworks 101 we can all take together.
Yeah, maybe you should start thinking about taking a Entertainment 101. Seems a little bit self-centered.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
It would not be awesome.
Oh, she's had it.
Magic
Oh, I accidentally right.
like that is wild and scary, and we really shouldn't be talking about such things.
Hey, Nina. Are you okay? You seem a little...
Well, we can also see now she pulled forward her arms and she's missing a hand. So maybe she's scared. Maybe she got a hand blasted off for some firework at some time, or maybe she want to be an illusionist and create an illusionary hand. Or
I'm fine.
maybe she just doesn't like you, Sora. No, I think we'll be concerned and say you don't seem fine, Nina. Is there anything we can do to help?
Yeah, you just say the word and we'll help out.
I want to go home.
Oh, that's not the best first day of school.
Huh?
I miss my dad and my Nana and Mr. Quackers.
Mr. Quackers?
My duck.
Wait, you have a pet duck?
He's very judgmental, this Soren guy. Is that what surprises you, Soren? Or I'm sorry, Nina? Or it's okay to feel homesick? It's okay to feel homesick. It's fine to feel homesick. If you'd like, we can write your family when we get there. That might make you feel better.
The duck might have trouble joining in, though.
Okay, I can kick Soren. I think that's about to be appropriate. Deep sigh. That's just a little passive-aggressive. Or bite back and laugh. No. It's time to kick him. You kick Soren, who yelps upon impact.
Fine. I deserve that.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a mage. Why did I have to be cursed like this?
Oh, okay, so she doesn't even want to go. Why is she here then? Who is telling her to go?
Nina.
There are no mages in my family.
Hi, Dufferdash. Welcome to the stream. You're saying hi, Mette and Daniel. So, is that the guys who are voicing the characters? Because I know Daniel is the developer who's gonna be on the stream. I don't know who Mette is.
Dad was crying when the hunters came for me, and Mommy didn't want to see me.
Okay, wow. Hunters came for them to take them to the Mage Academy. Mette is the writer and artist. Okay, cool. Okay, so you know the game. I think, Dufferdash, you are also pretty into visual novels. This is actually my first visual novel. Although, like, I did play Midnight Girl last week, but that's kind of more like a point-and-click adventure puzzle game, I guess. But that one had a really cool story. I actually really enjoyed that. I kind of want to explore story-based games a little bit more now. But what have we here? Hunters are coming to pick up kids to send them to the Mage Academy. It suddenly doesn't seem all that cheerful and joyful anymore.
I told them I didn't want to go. That I didn't want to leave my family. But they took me anyway.
Okay, so I can ask if she didn't have a choice, which I think I will. I can also say I can't believe this. I think we'll try and be nice towards her and just try and help her out a little bit. You didn't have a choice about going?
All mages have to go to school, remember? Our powers can be dangerous if we don't learn how to use them.
Okay, so they're sort of born with powers and they need to go to school to control it. So hunters are out there to spot who's gonna be a mage and pull them back into order.
I guess not all families like that.
Well, I can say it will be okay, or I can be angry. I think actually she could use somebody who's a little bit on her side now and a little bit angry. So I'll say I can't believe this. This just makes me so angry. How could they treat you like that?
Oh, whoa there. Please, just calm down. I agree, of course, but I think Nina might need us to be calm for her right now.
And Davidash, you're joining in saying Midnight Girl is a point and click and has very little to do with visual novels. Arcadia Fallen also stands out a bit from other visual novels in that it has several mini-games. Yeah, okay, so whereas Midnight Girl is a puzzle game, we'll probably not see that here. Arcadia Fallen has character creation and clearly signal intent with dialogue options, even letting you know whether you're flirting with a given line of dialogue, which is unusual to the genre. So I'm guessing a visual novel. I think actually I played one of them from the Nordic Game Jam. I guess that was a visual novel, the one Bro, Are You There? Or Nothing Without You, Bro, or something like that. Where you just kind of click through a story and have almost no choices. Which is the same for a novel, I guess. Søren says, I agree, of course, but I think Nina might need us to be calm for her right now. Oh, I was trying to be angry with her.
Why are you being so nice to me? We only just met.
Why would we not be, Nina?
Well, we're going to be classmates now, right? And you seem pretty great. Even if you are a bit of a crybaby.
I'm not.
Søren, he just knows all the right things to say. Be careful, Soren, or he didn't mean it. Real smooth, Soren. I think I'll choose one or the third. Like, he needs to step it back a little bit. Do we say be careful, Soren, concerned, or amused? I'm not amused. I will be concerned and say be careful, Soren. Soren, you'll make her cry again.
Right, sorry. Look, there's nothing wrong with crying. Oh, I know.
No, now here's another idea that's not gonna be good. Davidash, you say visual novels are mostly dialogue and narration. They can have tons of branching paths or no choices at all. Many, but not all, are romantic. Yeah, I kind of get that feeling from just browsing. You did send a link at some point with just a link of visual novels. I'm actually not sure if I put that in the description of my Twitch page. I think I might have done that. Let me see here. No. I know I saved it somewhere. I kind of want to put it in the description of the Twitch page because you had a list of like 20 Danish visual novels that I had never heard about. So, and I tried reaching out to a couple of those. So hopefully at some point I get to cover some of them. Okay, let's see Soren's idea.
What is that?
Looks like a music box.
It's a radio. I spent all my allowance buying it before I left. Music always cheers me up. Here, let me show you.
What's this?
It's the Renegade Brigade straight from Mordressa. I went to watch their show once with my sister. Oh, it was great.
I don't think I've ever heard music like this before.
It's a little bit of rock music.
It's so lively.
Lively music.
Oh boy, do I have lots to show you then. They've already made a dozen singles and even more covers. Here, let me just... Oh!
What is he doing?
What the...
Oh no, did he break it?
It's never done that before. Give me a sec. I'll fix it.
Oh, and we have a new bot joining the chat saying best viewers at some Russian website. I guess there's something I need to ban after the stream, probably. Don't know if I can... Can I do anything about it here on the fly? I think I usually can, but this time I can't. There's a bunch of those around, but banning most of them. We could say bad reception, careful you break it, or interesting music. I think this is interesting music. Don't think I've heard this genre of music before.
Haha, very funny. Just what in the Paragon's name is wrong with it?
I think the radio works only if you're near Mordressa, where they're broadcasting.
Okay, Nina, you know about
I'm from Taruna,
radios.
and we didn't have reception up there.
I completely forgot about that.
Oh, he needs to bring a CD next time.
No way. My music.
I thought you were being positive. Cheer up, Soren. I think we can poke him a little bit. I thought you were being positive, Soren. I thought you were the one trying to cheer Nina up.
It's okay, Soren. I don't need the music, so cheer up, okay?
No, I will not accept it. Forget about fireballs. I'm gonna be a tinker who will build a radio so powerful we'll be able to hear music all across the continent.
Ooh, that's good, Soren. You have a great idea there.
And then I'll share all my favorite bands with you.
I think I'll say that's the spirit. That's the spirit, Soren. I'm sure you can do it.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Listen, my family's like all mages, okay? So I always knew I would be going to the academy.
Okay. And maybe she's the odd one out in her family?
I'm sorry if I was being annoying there. I didn't realize you didn't want to go.
Soren.
Look, it's gonna be great, okay? You're gonna learn all sorts of fun things, magical things that aren't dangerous at all. There will be teachers to help you out when things get hard, and you'll be making a ton of friends. Everyone's gonna love you.
You really think so?
Of course. You're cute as a button. They'd be idiots not to love you.
Will you, too? Be my friends? I mean...
Of course we would be your friends. Yeah, of course. Totally, we'll be the best of friends.
You... Thank you.
Oh, the edges of your vision blur?
Oh, look! You can see the castle map!
Wow. That really is quite beautiful.
I can't see it though.
And all of it will be our home from now on. I wonder if the food is as good as my sister wrote me.
I wonder if this game is so positive right now and they're gonna arrive and it's gonna be positive all the way through, or if it's gonna turn out to be a dark place that they go to. Alright, let's see. The voices fade as the conversation continues. Okay, so am I passing out again? I started up the game by being passed out or asleep. What did you talk about after this? It's hard to remember.
Dreaming again, are we?
Okay, new person.
Oh, such a sweet memory. The start of your journey. How will it go from here, I wonder? But I am getting ahead of myself. Why don't we start with the basics, hero?
Ooh, I'm a hero.
What do we call you?
Okay, so I did get to have a little bit of just an introduction there to the world before I get to decide who I am. I am Brown. I am he, him. I am hairstyle 1 or 2. I guess this looks a little bit more like me.
Phew.
I'll tell you what happened.
Let me explain.
And I guess that voice is a little bit more like me. What's this? Oh, this is my hair color, I think. Oh. Okay, so the first one is my hair color. We'll do a brown hair color. And the second one is my skin. I'll have a slightly brown skin. There we go. And eyes. Whoa, you can have some bright green eyes. Let's do something like ocean blue. What's this? My cape? Ooh. My cape will be some kind of purple. Maybe one of these. Dark purple. What's this? That's my coat. Can I do a dark purple coat as well? Maybe like that. Then this needs to be contrasting a little bit, doesn't it? Maybe white was good, actually. Let's do white. And my sleeves or my shirt. What about white then? That's too much. Black could be good. There's no purple option for this one to kind of fit with the rest. So it's either... It has to be a little bit more dark to go in the background. Like if you want to have something neutral or background color, you need to do like something like a brown or black. Oh, I also have pants. Let's do a matching one so they don't stand out so much. There we go. I can be an illusionist, a tinker, or a mender. Let's try tinker. The tinker workshop is all about constructing magical items. I can be Soren or Nina. That's my roommate. Soren is a talented tinker mage with a love for loud music and chocolate turtles. Nina is an enchanting illusionist with an inquisitive mind and a knack for puzzles. I think I'm gonna get tired of Soren if I stay with him. He already seems a little bit over the top for me. Nina is a little bit more relaxed, laid back, and thoughtful. So I think I'll choose Nina. And continue. Do you want to select the outcome of choices from Arcadia Fallen 1 that will impact the story? No, I don't think I want to, because I haven't played Arcadia Fallen, so I don't really know a lot. There's a spoiler warning. So I will skip that one. That's kind of cool though, that they incorporated the first game to the second, so that then you could choose the outcomes that you had played in the first one, and that kind of carries over to this one. That's really cool. I really like that they did that. Skip.
You!
Tornquist saying Brown.
Are you sleeping in class again?
Ah, damn it, I guess I was. I was thinking about Arcadia Fallen 1. You wake up with a jolt and find a room of fellow students snickering at your startled expression. Damn it, I'm a fool already. Professor Tornquist is glaring at you impatiently.
You know the rules.
Do I? What are the rules? Oh, she has kind of the same outfit as me. A black kind of undershirt and then purple all around. Except she chose a
I don't
red
care
skirt.
whether you students show up for my class. But if
have
you
a
do
skirt.
drag yourself down here, I demand you pay attention instead of wasting everyone's time.
I mean, Tornquist, I wasn't really wasting time. I was just sleeping. You could have carried on. But I guess you're right. I should pay attention. I can be apologetic and say sorry, or I can joke and say she's wasting time. I'm only thinking that. I won't say that. I will immediately apologize.
I don't need your apologies. You don't pass my class with those. I need to examine whether you are mastering the curriculum, so how about a little test?
Oh, damn it.
If
I
we
haven't been
assume the moon
studying.
to the left of this diagram is a full moon, then what is the name of the missing moon phase?
If that's a full moon, then that's an empty moon. A blood moon. Waxing crescent. So waxing is this one, and that one is waning, so this must be a blood moon. A blood moon, maybe? A classmate sitting behind you snorts, and Tornquist's face is a blank mask. Oh no.
No. Seems like your sleeping habits have affected your performance.
Oh no. You feel a sudden chill in your wrist, and you pull back your sleeve with a sense of dread. What's that? A number on my arm. 734, rank 8, I think it says. So I've been ranked. Your grade went down? Oh no. Now it's 733. Internal panic. Whatever. At least it was only 1 point. I will have internal panic at this point. What the hell is this? Your hands shake as you stare at the new number, feeling sick to your stomach. This is reminding me of that movie called In Time, I think it was called, where you had 25 years to live, and then once you turn 25, you have 1 year or 1 day or something. But then it's a currency, so you can buy more hours and sell more hours. And if you're really rich, you have 1,000,000 years to live. And they have it like this on their wrist. Now I have a grade. Of course, this isn't the first time a professor has docked your grade, but it never gets easier, and to your horror, Tornquist isn't done talking.
I'm letting you off easy today. The headmaster has asked me to send volunteers to help clean up the illusionist storage room.
Oh no, I'm a volunteer now.
You will be there at 6 sharp and awake.
That doesn't feel like volunteering anymore, Tornquist, I'm sorry to say.
Now, I'll just make a note. How peculiar.
I forgot to listen to the time she said that. She said 6. I hope I don't need to remember.
I must have left my pen in my office.
I think she said at 6.
No matter. Let's carry on.
The professor continues the lesson. Okay, I should pay attention this time. Oh no. I didn't pay attention. After class, my entire body aches from the uncomfortable nap, and I almost didn't notice the cat. Oh, I was looking at this cat. I didn't notice the tall girl appearing by my side. That's because I was focusing on the cat.
What happened to you? Did Professor Tornquist chew you out?
Whoa, okay. Don't recognize Nina apart from her name, but she's been using her illusions, I suppose, getting long green hair and a new golden hand.
He fell asleep in class again.
Ah, Soren is here making fun of me.
Slept through an entire lecture of moon ciphers.
Okay, he also looks way different, so we've been here for years probably. Now he has, what, a Tinker solar watch and a pretty dapper look.
Again? And in Tornquist's class of all things. How did she take it?
Detention? Yeah, I'm getting detention. I'm on cleaning duty this afternoon.
Oh, well, that sounds like you got off fairly easily.
Okay, so she can be worse.
Well, that's only because you haven't seen the illusionist's discarded prop pile. I have seen costumes my grandparents used when they went here.
Oh no.
Oh dear. You really ought to fix your sleeping habits.
Yeah, I guess I do.
I never noticed you go to sleep. Oh, did you stay up all night again?
This choice will shape your character going forward. Okay, I never noticed you go to sleep. Did you stay up all night again? I was studying for midterms, so then I become studious. Or I was reading this book and I become unbound. Well, I guess studying for the midterm sounds like the right thing to do. Reading this book sounds like the exciting thing to do. And it will shape my character going forwards. I mean, this sounds like a more fun game to be Unbound. Although it could also be kind of cool to actually master the game by studying, but I think I'll be Unbound. I was reading a book. So, remember that book I got the other day? Turns out every chapter after the midpoint was one cliffhanger after another, so I sort of just ended up finishing it. Well, I am studious, I'm just not...
Yeah, that's understandable.
Not studious on the things
Don't
I should
encourage
be.
him, Soren. By the paragons. You do realize the midterms are coming up soon, right?
I guess I didn't realize that.
As if you'd let us forget.
Aren't you just a little bit worried? This grade is going to determine basically our entire future.
Oh, damn it, I think I chose the wrong thing. I'm just going with the flow. Sounds a little bit what I'm doing, but it's too difficult. It's not too difficult. Blame my rebellious spirit. I will blame my rebellious spirit. I mean, someone's gotta be the one at the bottom. No, I'm just doing my part, dragging down the average so you can all rest more easily. Yeah, you're welcome.
We thank you for your sacrifice.
You two. The council are going to distribute us according to how we score in the finals.
Distribute us?
If you want to have any say in where you end up in the continent, this is your last year to make a difference.
Oh, shit.
Well, I don't really care where I end up, honestly. My family's already spread across all 5 capitals, so as long as I'm not being sent to the boonies, there's sure to be someone I know.
Right. Well, we're not all that lucky, you know?
Where do you want to go, Nina? Where are you planning to go after graduation, Nina?
I want to go back to my family in Taruna. I miss them all a ton. And if I get a good job as a performer somewhere, I might be able to support them financially as well.
Well, that shouldn't be much of a problem. No one wants to go to the north.
I know that. But that's no excuse to take it easy. What if suddenly a bunch of people want to go, and the criteria get raised?
Yeah, unlikely.
Yeah, you say that, Soren, but that actually happens, you know. Straight out of high school, you think you have it good enough, but then you end up not getting in on the education you want, and you're left stranded. We can ask him if he doesn't care where he ends up, but he already said he really didn't. Which city is most popular? That could be kind of interesting, just to learn a little bit about the world. You seem to know what other students are thinking, Soren. How would you rank the different cities in terms of applicants?
Oh, you want me to review the options for you?
Yes, please.
Let's see.
Okay, this is Mordressa, that's where he came from, and Taruna is up there. Where's the academy? It's here, 7 wins.
The central capital Mordressa is obviously hugely popular. Mages are treated well, and it's the center of the political world. Can't swing a fish without hitting someone important.
Why would you...
Yeah, why would you swing a fish?
It's just same, yeah. Totally not something me and my siblings did to pass the time. Anyway, my point being, if you're dreaming of a cushy life as a socialite, that's the place to go. A close second in terms of applicants is probably the southern capital of Cameron. This is by far the city with the fewest restrictions on magic, and it's the source of almost all new art and music. Oh, I also hear the beaches are great! You'd have to be lucky to get a spot, though. I think both Mordressa and Cameron need you to have a rank A grade to make the cut. Then comes Erdis, the popular choice for every rank B student.
Rank B? I was rank I think it's at rank 8, but it was probably rank B, so I'm a rank B.
It's close to the academy, and at least under Paragon Hoffland, mages are treated quite well. It's been a bit of a blip back and forth, though, since a new Paragon is elected every few years. I actually think they're due for a new one this year, so fingers crossed it will be a good one, I guess. Greykeep is the definition of the boonies. They're farmers through and through, so I guess great if you're a nature mage, but there's nothing really for anyone else. It's just, it's boring.
Okay, Soren is a city kid through and through.
And then there's Taruna in the north. Unless you're rank C or you have family ties, you don't go there.
Okay. He's still kinda rude. Yeah, like Nina is standing right here and he's saying, no need to go where she came from. Well, we'll ask why it's so unpopular. I didn't realize the northern capital was that unpopular. How come?
Well, the Paragon up there has been an ass towards mages since back when the Empire was founded.
Okay.
People just prefer places where they are not outright hated.
You know it's more complicated than that, Soren. Taruna was the region taking the brunt of the attacks during the war with the Northern Kingdom.
Okay, so there's a kingdom further north? Further north?
A lot of families were killed by chaotic magic back then.
I mean, sure, but that's like 70 years ago now, right? Talk about holding a grudge.
Okay, so it seems like we're just going through all the questions. You don't care where you end up, Soren.
It's not that I don't have places I'd like to go. More, my sense of happiness isn't necessarily restricted to a place, you know? If I could pick anywhere on the continent, it'd either be Central, since I was born there, or, the South, since that's where all the cool music is being made. Imagine setting up a magical radio station down there and getting to listen to all the latest music. Oh, that sounds like a dream.
Okay, so he's still into the music, not the fireworks. I have to go. I don't want to give the professor any other reasons to be cross with me.
A wise choice.
I should also get going. I'm printing this week's paper tonight, so I have to get my final edits in.
I'm wondering what's with the thing up here going, like framing the whole picture.
Wait, you're still writing that whole expose about the school's secret Nissa?
Oh, a Nisse.
Of course. The story of how students' belongings have mysteriously been lost over the years deserves to be brought to light.
Yeah, Lonerne, the borrowers, they're out there taking all your stuff.
This week we'll have several interviews with students who've lost valuables under peculiar circumstances. I'm quite proud of it.
Tornquist lost her pen? Yeah, let's say that. Now that you bring it up, Tornquist seemed to have lost her pen today. Oh, we have someone new here, Drowsy Wolf, in the Twitch chat. I have not logged into Twitch in forever, but I'm glad you're doing that now. Welcome.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That lady's as precise as Tinker Clockwork. I can't imagine her misplacing anything.
Really? The Nissa strikes again. I gotta see if I can still catch her for a comment. See you.
I almost feel bad for Tornquist. But it's good to see Mina in such high spirits. Paragon knows we all need a break these days. Guess since all my friends have other things to do, I'll go eat a snack before dinner.
Well, you could also help me clean in the basement.
Say hi to the dust bunnies for me.
Okay, I guess not. Oh, I didn't get to say hi to the cat. There was a cat. Didn't get to... maybe I should have just clicked it during the conversation. I'm looking if there's anything to click here. Doesn't seem like it. So what? I'm on my way and I go past two students who are whispering. The midterms are killing me.
Ugh, I need coffee.
I just want to go back to sleep.
So unfair.
Don't go back to sleep. You don't want to become a dropout, do you? That's the worst fear, being a dropout. Okay, there's a library, I can't go there. There's a dorm, there's a showroom, and right now I can go to the storage where I need to go for detention since I fell asleep. But let's check out what's on the other floors. More dorms, still library, then an infirmary. Ooh, classroom. I guess that's all the tinkers who go to the infirmary. Greenhouse, assembly, workshop, and dining hall. Okay, so quite a few places, but only the storage for now. We need to go to detention. Oh no, you walk into the storage room and are surprised to find someone already in there.
Oh, hi.
It's Kim. The young man smiles awkwardly, trying to balance a crate filled with weird glowing prop lights.
You're in magic ciphers too, right?
Magic ciphers? I don't know. Maybe?
Did Professor Tornfisk ask you to help out as well?
Oh, so that's the lecture I was in. Well, I wasn't exactly asked. But I'm not annoyed, really. It was my own fault. Actually, this is also really nice that they added these. Because there's so many, like, I think that wasn't it Mass Effect? That was one of the first games to have a lot of these choices. But then I wasn't exactly asked. Could be joking and it could be annoyed, and you never really knew which one it was in Mass Effect. So will not be annoyed. I don't remember what the question was. Was it that we... well, let's just reach out and help. That box looks heavy. You sure you got that? It looks kinda heavy.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I totally got this.
He's gonna drop it now, isn't he? The light at the top of the pile suddenly starts to wobble.
No.
Yeah, I knew it. Another student enters the messy storage room. You recognize them as fellow Tinker Mage.
God, Tornfist's not here yet.
No, I guess not.
That's what I get for being punctual for once. What are you doing on the floor?
Don't worry about it. You're here to help as well?
Something like that.
Right.
What a mess. When did this place last get cleaned?
Puck doesn't seem to be here, to want to be here at all.
Hard to tell.
Oh, there's Tornquist. She finally joins you, looking drained.
Oh, apologies for the delay. I was suddenly roped into an interview on my way here. Anyway, about your task for today.
Oh, so that was Nina doing an interview.
The illusionists have been using this space to store their equipment for years, but the headmaster finally deemed it time for a cleanup. I'd advise you to be cautious. Most of the items in here are brittle with age, and might prove to be quite unstable.
Okay, so sounds like magical stuff that can explode. Kim is not feeling well for just having got something. She leaves you to your work and is barely out of the door before Puck yawns and stretches.
Ugh, how annoying. You two don't mind if I take a nap here, right? Today has been such a drag.
Okay, Puck, I guess I know why you're here. It's because you are not really helpful in any place. I could say we're supposed to be cleaning. I could say I do mind. And I could try and be diplomatic. Will be done quicker with your help. I will try and be a little bit diplomatic at first. I mean, it's not like we can stop you if you decide to sleep in a box. But I can imagine you have other places you'd rather be, and this whole thing will be over quicker if we work together.
Right. Listen, I know you're trying to take the high road here, but you're just sounding like a teacher's pet.
Yeah, I guess I am. It's
not like the three of us would be able to make a dent in all this junk. The professor just shoved us in here to get us out of her hair.
I guess that is true.
Even so, if she finds out we didn't even make an effort, she'll be mad at us for sure. I really need to get this over with.
But Puck is right, you're never gonna be through all this. You can't get it
There's
over.
only 2 days left before midterms, and I'm really not doing too well on my magical ciphers.
Last-minute studying is rarely effective, you know.
Puck, I'm not sure I agree with that. I've done my fair share of last-minute studying, and while studying long-term is also good, I think last-minute studying has some value.
Sure, but I'd feel better if I knew I did my all.
Absolutely, Kim. Absolutely.
Wow. I didn't say you two had to stop working.
Okay. I can be angry, exasperated. I don't think that will get me much anywhere. I will just be a little bit diplomatic and get to work. I kind of wanted an option here to also just join her in not cleaning at all, but I think I will get to work. Let's just get to work, Kim. This doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Okay, then.
Kim? Where did I hear that name before? Wait, you're from the nature class?
Why is she saying that as if it's a bad thing?
Yeah, I'm...
You're the guy whose plant ate Julian L. Hammer's silk tie this morning?
I get the feeling that she's kind of being rude and making fun of him.
That's... It really was an accident.
Oh, don't be modest. I didn't realize I was in the presence of a legend. Anyone who can make my dear cousin throw a fit like that deserves a round of applause and then some.
So... you'll help us clean?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
No. What's this about a planned project, Kim? Just what happened this morning.
It really wasn't my fault. I was feeding the Snapdragon when someone turned on the lights and it ran for the hallway.
The plant ran away from you?
It is really fast, okay?
I really get a feeling like this is the high school times where some people are kind of nervous and some people are kind of bulldozing everybody else.
I tried to catch it, but Julian was walking past at a really unfortunate moment and it jumped and latched onto his tie and... well... that's how I got detention.
You're not worried about your grade, Puck? You're not worried Tornquist is gonna give you a bad grade for this?
Not in the slightest. I've handed in just enough assignments of decent quality to land myself a passing grade.
Okay, if you're fine with that, then of course, you can relax.
Everything above that is just wasted effort.
Okay, let's get to work. The room won't clean itself, I'm afraid.
Right.
You kids have fun.
You set to work cleaning up the space. It's tedious, but you're making progress. You think, was that box always there?
I think I've got all the paintings here, except for the ones that tried to bite me.
Whoa, okay, so you did have a painting that tried to bite him. Maybe you have tasty hands? I think it's good to joke a little bit when you're doing boring work. It's not the painting's fault. Clearly you've just got very tasty hands.
Oh, you think? I mean, that would certainly explain why Professor Hyben's plants keep biting me.
I wonder why my lines aren't voiced, because I could choose a voice for myself in the beginning.
Jeez. Ugh, and people wonder why I don't like nature.
Oh. Okay, new plan. What if we sort all the items by art form?
Yeah, okay, sounds doable.
So, puppets go here, then dance costumes here, but, then where to put all the dancing puppets?
Burn them. Why would I say burn them and be scared? You can be confused and say, why are there so many puppets? I think it's just because they've been gathering over 70 years. You are overthinking it. You're overthinking it, Kim. Just put it somewhere out of the way. A good system is lost on the people who use this room anyway.
I say, torch the whole thing, since clearly no one ever uses any of this stuff.
You never know when things like this might become useful again.
And that, right there, is the mentality that made this mess.
Okay, so there was an evil laughter behind Kim, and the eyes of the doll lit up. Drowsy Wolf in the Twitch chat is saying, I think it's mostly to do with the length of the game compared to the first. There's some voice clips for the player character, just not fully voiced lines for them. Okay, concerning like the question why our own character is not voiced. So it's simply maybe been too big of an effort. So by the way, I was expecting a developer to join, but I haven't heard from them this morning. So I don't know if they will be making it. If you're here for them, I can only say that you'll have to be patient and stick around. Maybe they'll join. And otherwise I'll just be showing off the game on my own, and yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll do it another time, or maybe they're coming, maybe they've forgotten. I don't know, I haven't heard from them today. Drowsy Wolf, it's more budget. The last goal for more voice lines wasn't reached during the Kickstarter for the second game. Yeah, so I did see on the Discord of this game that there's a group of Kickstarters. So apparently they did a Kickstarter for the game. And yeah, I guess you're right. They reached a certain budget and they didn't reach enough to voice all the lines. And that's always how it is with games. You want to make more and more and more, and it's really difficult to finish a game and decide what you don't put in there. And oftentimes you just need to cut out something even though you do want it. Alright, let's see what's with the doll.
Huh? These clothes don't look like costumes.
I'd just leave them, if I were you.
Why?
Well, this is one of the few places on campus where one could whisk away for some privacy.
Oh, okay, Pook. I see what you're getting at. So, Drowsy Wolf, I just want to ask you, are you one of the Kickstarters? And maybe did you also play Arcadia Fallen 1? Alright. Kim, are you gonna pick up the dirty clothes in this private room?
Oh. I'll just kick them to the side.
Fine choice.
You backed both of the games. So, I haven't played either Fallen 1 or 2, but I did now see that there's been some kind of war 70 years ago with a northern kingdom, and I'm guessing either the northern or the southern kingdom is the one called Arcadia, and that kingdom has fallen, and that's why the game is called Arcadia Fallen. But yeah, do you know? Okay, game says it's late, your arms feel like they might drop off. Dust has faded the color of your clothes and the storage room. Looks just like when you started. So we didn't do any meaningful work at all.
It never ends.
Told you to, it was useless.
But you could have helped us anyway. We can't give up. I think it's late now. We didn't promise we'd be here until it was finished, did we? This place must be cursed. Well, I think it could be, right, with the doll. We're in so much trouble. Are we really? I don't think like we're in so much trouble. We did put in an effort, and I don't think that we... Like, they were looking for volunteers, and I wasn't... None of us were volunteers, so... I'll say this place must be cursed. I really want to say... That's it for today. We did a good job, and let's leave. But apparently we're scared for not finishing the job. I'll say this place must be cursed. I feel like some smartass cursed the place to make it forever clotted.
Is that even possible?
If so, then it'd be the most cleverly used illusion magic I'd seen.
There's a sudden commotion out in the hall.
When I get my hands on that scrawny plant freak, I'll...
Oh, that's Julian, who was bitten by Kim's plant. Kim Blanche is beside you.
No.
Sounds like my cousin is out for blood.
I have to hide.
Kim dives for the corner, but trips halfway there, crashing into another box as the door opens.
You!
Oh no!
I didn't believe it when I heard you got away with a detention for what you did, but here you are.
Julian. Hi, look, I'm sorry about your tie, but...
Kim is backed up into the corner by the other student.
We both know the magic you used was illegal. The school ought to know better than to let a demon whisperer run loose like this.
No, that's not it. It was just nature magic that got a little out of hand.
A little?
I think Kim is right. He was just practicing, and that's what you need to do at an academy. So Julian, back it off and...
You should have been demoted to dropout ages ago, yet you're still here? What a disgrace.
Choices marked with a star allow another companion to step in and help. Okay, I can ask Puck for help, or I can step in myself. I will step in myself. That's enough. Leave Kim alone.
I don't think I asked for your opinion. Not that I should expect basic decorum from a commoner. But by all means, keep running your mouth like this.
Okay, Julian thinks he's better than everybody else.
I'm sure Tornquist would be delighted to hear of your lack of manners.
I can be diplomatic and tell him to be reasonable. Sarcastic and say, right, because you're following etiquette. Or I can just be annoyed and say, real mature of you. Okay, so he's gonna tell on us. I mean, it doesn't seem like a guy you can really reason with very... At least not at the moment. He's a little bit too furious. But the other two are also just gonna escalate it. You know what? I don't care. He's being rude. So let's be sarcastic, right? You're following etiquette. You're being a true paragon of virtue right now. I think I missed the lecture on how grabbing someone's shirt without permission was part of the traditional noble greeting. My bad.
You!
The guy looks angrily at you, then at Kim. He shoves the nature mage away, sending Kim crashing into a box.
I don't think you understand who you're messing with here.
I'm messing with somebody who can push people?
You're just another one of those troublemakers who make all mages look bad.
I can tell him he's wasting our time, or you don't need my help looking bad. I can say try me. I think I will say try me. Julian, let's have a fight. You wanna try me? I'd gladly risk another detention to teach you a lesson.
Okay. I think that's quite enough for both of you.
She's saving her cousin. She knows he would be losing this one.
Jeez. Let's try not to ruin your grades more than they are already.
Yeah, okay, I guess you're right.
Cousin? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you got detention again!
Oh, that's reflecting badly on Julian.
Enough, Julian. You can chew me out another time. Now scram. We've got a room to clean, and you're in our way.
Wait, weren't we done?
This isn't the end of this.
Well, that could have gone better. How you holding up back there, Kim?
Kim groans, picking himself up off the box.
I'm fine.
I'm sorry my idiot cousin is causing you so much trouble.
You don't have to apologize. It was my own fault for messing up that spell to begin with, and I mean, it's not like I'm not used to people. Ouch.
His palms are bleeding. You okay? Kim, are you okay? Hey, let me take a look at that.
Oh, there's no need for that. I'm fine, really.
Well, I can say you're bleeding. It's bleeding though. Come on, I promise I'll be careful.
There's really no need. I'm fine.
You hear a loud click.
What the?
Uh-oh, Kim has activated a magical bookcase.
Kim, why are the books glowing?
I don't know.
Oh, alright, I'm getting a message from the developer that they're getting ready now. So let me just call them, and then we can hear something from behind the scenes. Let's see, start a call. Oh no. Okay, but of course Discord messes up with the microphone and the headset, so... Okay, there we go. I am making a call, then I will be sharing my screen with them here on Discord, so they can follow. Oh, hello, Daniel, and I will just also make your voice on the stream. There we go. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Rune.
I just need to tune the volume a little bit. I can almost not hear you over the sound of a magical bookcase.
That's my fault anyway.
Where can I, like, usually you can choose the sound volume of people, but I can't do that now. Maybe it's because I'm showing you. There we go. Yeah, user volume. And I will share the game with you on Discord again.
Yeah.
And then I think by now the settings are up and running. Welcome, Daniel. Good to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So I've just been spending an hour getting to know Arcadia Fallen because I've never tried it before, and I also haven't tried the first game. So
yeah, that's great. I managed to just jump into your stream a little before I managed to get here, so I could see what you were up to.
Nice, cool. And for the viewers that were already in the chat, please let me know if the sound volumes are all right with the with our voices and the game, because I need to tune it for myself and for you guys. But yeah, I'm at a point where I'm cleaning up because I got detention for falling asleep. So damn it.
Yes.
I think when we're streaming this, it will be kind of hard to show like more game progress because it's so intense in the voice lines. There's actually a lot of voice lines in this game, so it'll be difficult for us to talk while the game is also running.
Yeah, I believe almost every critical scene has, if not every critical scene has full voice acting. So
Yeah.
that's unless you're doing. There's a lot of smaller optional things and stuff like that you can get up to between chapters, but all the important chapter pieces they have a lot of voice acting.
Right. I think I will just click through this because I can keep hearing this bookcase, and I would kind of like to
Yeah, do
silence
that.
that
Let's do
before
it.
we start talking. So I'll just click through until we get it to shut down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe that was it. No, something more happening here. Oh,
There's a little happening. You can go on for just
Yeah.
a second.
I stumble down into a dark chamber, dust flying everywhere as the three of you land in an ungraceful pile on the floor.
Kim, get off!
Sorry.
Those elbows are like metal pokers.
All right. Maybe this is a good place to just start
think
saying proper hello to you, Daniel. To introduce you and the game and the team a little bit. Arcadia Fallen 2 is of course the second one. I don't know when you released the first one, but you're a small team of about 4 developers or so, right?
Yeah, we are 5 main people on the second game. We were 3 people when we started the studio. That was back in when was that? That was 2017. So that's almost 10 years ago that we founded Calder Studios. We're 3 founders. 2 of us, we got to know each other through our studies. We went to mediology at Aalborg University, and we started the studio just after, so the summer after we finished our masters. And then the third person, that would be Jesper. He is our sound guy. He has a completely different, study path than we took. The 2 of us on the team, me and Mette.
Yeah. And Mette is the artist and story writer. I saw there was
Yes,
another.
correct. Yeah.
If you
So
know
she's,
Alan,
really
at least-
honestly, she's the core of the team, right? She's the one who does both the art and, of course, the writing. And she did that for the first game, and then on the second game, she has gotten assistance from Katie Benson, who we hired in to help. She also worked on the first game, but in the first game, she only worked as an editor. And in the second game, she was brought on to help with the writing as well, because it's a much bigger game. It's almost twice as big, I think, in the word count. So it's a huge game.
Oh, yeah. And you're the programmer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So despite me and Mette technically having the same study at the university for 5 years, we're very different in what we chose to do with that time. So as I said, Mette, she's doing art and she's doing writing. That's because you have in mediology, it's sort of a mix between the more humanistic aspects of media design and then the technical aspects of it. And I chose to focus on the technical bits while she chose to focus on the more humanistic. And she specialized in narrative design in games, while I specialized in programming or game development, as we often just call programmers who work with games. So yeah, that's how we started, and then we got some odd jobs from both Aalborg University and Aarhus University early on, where we got to hone our skills. And we also got to meet some really cool people from the Danish industry who then helped us with actually developing the studio, really figuring out how we actually make games as a profession. You don't really get from your studies, you don't really get the aspects of how to run a company, and you don't really get to understand how you make games that also need to be profitable. It's much more about how do you technically make a game, not how do you make sure that this particular game reaches an audience who are also gonna like this game. So it's like when you come out of your studies, you're often gonna be in a position where you're really good at just generally making games, and you're probably really focused on making games for yourself, as we usually say. But when you need to make a game professionally, you need to figure out how to make games for other people. So it's of course it needs to be for yourself. There needs to be some passion involved. It needs to be things that you understand. But you also need to understand that if you're trying to make a game that should reach a larger audience than your team, then you need to be able to both understand the fandom or the audience that play these kind of games, and you need to take that research and turn it into how can we make this game even better for this particular group of people, and how can we convey to them that this is actually a game for them and not just a game.
And I suppose this is something you must have really been doing on Arcadia Fallen, since you had like the first game, which you said you started working on in 17. When was it released?
In 21.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
so it took about 4 years to make.
Okay. Has that been full-time? Because I saw that you've been doing a Kickstarter, which is kind of nice, because then that allows you to have money before the release, but...
Yes. So, no, it was actually... it was part-time for a bit. So we started the studio in 2017, and then immediately after, we got hired into working on full-time on a university project, where we were making games for science. It was this sort of idea where it was a small team of people creating games with specific scientific purposes in terms of testing hypotheses on players. So
Okay,
we're
cool.
really testing both physics. There's some physics things that you can test, but it was this concept called citizen science, where it's about introducing a lot of people to a particular thing. Or I think I remember this wasn't something I worked on, but a lot of people, they know this particular one. So there was one that was about proteins and designing proteins. And that was a citizen science thing, because people just understood the general idea of how the physics are behind this. And then you gamify that into a game, so people, they could fiddle with it. And then some people, they got incredibly good at figuring out how to do that because of human intuition. And that allowed them to actually create proteins that has helped progress medical science. Ours were a bit different. Ours had more to do with psychology and also turbulence for some reason, which is apparently in turbulence there's some very weird particles, and in terms of how... Yeah, it's very technical. I'm not even going to go into it. But it was some very technical, physical things that we tried to gamify, and then some aspects of it was also purely psychological in terms of trying to understand players, but also just people in general, and how people react to particular mini games and stuff like that, and aspects of games. Anyway, me and Mette, we got work there. I ended up as a back-end programmer, which is some very heavy-end programming compared to what I was taught. But I was always really driven by code that's very deep in the middle. So it was a fascination, and clearly I was good enough to get the job. I remember my project leader at the time who hired me. One of the first thing, if not the first thing, he said after hiring me was that he had never thought that he would hire somebody who had meteorology as a major to this role.
No.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Because he's used to people from with my background in meteorology as game developers, but he absolutely had not expected to hire one with my background for a backend role, which is a lot more technical. It has very little to do with the games. You often say that either it's close to the middle or it's close to the player. And usually the kind of code you work with as a game developer, that's very close to the player. But it's been a boon ever since to have had that sort of trial by fire, and also getting to work with a mentor who was really good at this code that's much closer to the middle than what I was officially taught. I did have like a special course that I had worked in to my particular education, which allowed me a little time with it, but not enough to be any kind of proficient in it. But I'm pretty proficient in it now, which is great. It's also one of the reasons that so Arcadia Fallen 2 is out on all the general consoles, you know, Xbox, current previous gen, PlayStation 4 and 5, Nintendo Switch, and it's out on multiple PC platforms. And we also managed to do a simultaneous release on all platforms, which is great. And that would not have been possible if not for my competences as a programmer. And that largely comes from the back-end stuff that I did back then. It's really difficult to port the games for consoles, because that has very little to do again with the player, right? A console has very little to do with code that's very close to the player. That is deeper code, deeper to the middle, because now you need to make the game run on very specific hardware. And having that sort of experience allowed me to have the proficiency that was necessary for us to port the game in-house. And we also did that for the first game, which also just meant that when we needed to port the second game for all consoles, it was a lot easier because we had already done it. So that kind of expertise within the game studio is just also really great to have. But yeah, that's a bit of my very specific background. And we worked there for about a year, where I honed my skill and maybe she honed hers. She worked as a game developer in the same project, and then we decided to go full time. So I guess it must have been just around the end of 2018. So I guess we worked full time and then it was so the game, we worked part time on the game for about a year, and then maybe a year and a half, and then 2-3 years we worked on it full time. Me and Meta. Jesper, he was still working part-time. He did all things at the same time back then. It wasn't until rather recently that we got him on for full-time. I can't remember exactly when that happened. That's a few years ago. We needed a lot more help with voice acting. It was also great that he could spend a lot more time on the music for the second game. I think it shows.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Jesper voice acting, or did he just do like the sound and know the voice actors?
He did the editing of the sound. So when you have the amount of voice acting that we have in our game, we had probably close to, or I actually think just above 100 hours of recording.
Oh wow.
And
okay.
You need to cut those voice lines into small snippets of whatever a voice line is, which is usually a few seconds. And then you can see that if there's a few seconds, if we have 100 hours, I think the game has over 5,000 voice lines. I think it's closer to 8,000 or something like that. It's a lot. And not only does he need to clip it up, he also needs to make sure that the same characters within the voice lines, that they have the same volume, that it fits, that they don't spike out, because sometimes they may have leaned a little closer to the microphone or the opposite. So you need to make sure that the volume fits, and then afterwards you need to make sure that it fits not just within each character, but between all the characters. So there's a lot of things that go around just with making sure that things they have the right volume pocket.
You mentioned like this 100 hours or 5,000 lines and all that. Do you know the numbers for any other games like Mass Effect or Oblivion or Baldur's Gate or something? Like those are obviously huge games.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm curious how big
games,
this game actually is.
Oh, I think Meta might know the answer better than I do. It's a lot. It's even more. It's crazy with those big AAA games.
Yeah, of course.
But compared to any indie game, we are way up there. Indie games don't usually have this amount of voice lines like at all. They also rarely have this kind of writing. But when you have something like Baldur's Gate, that is a huge game with a huge story with a lot of voice lines. They have multitudes of what we have.
Yeah, of course. This is also one of the most recent AAA productions of that sort, right? So
I
would
can
expect
say
them to
that
be like a record.
If you go back, let's say, actually, if you go back to around when we started making the first game, so that would be around 2017 or 2018, around that time. It was not at all common to have that much voice acting in a game. Not even AAA games had that much. I think you will notice things like, it's very interesting to see Fire Emblem is a series that I'm a big fan of. I've been playing that since the first games came to the West. And the thing is that it didn't really used to have voice lines in it really early on. It was also a Game Boy game. Voice lines on the Game Boy, that's not going to play well. But once this started moving into GameCube, I think was the first installment on a bigger console, in the West at least. Then they started having a little bit of voice acting, right? They dabbled in it. And that goes, the same kind of progression is something you saw in a lot of JRPGs, but also just generally things in the West, that you started focusing more on voice lines. You started actually giving voices to your character. I think if take you mentioned Baldur's Gate, but take the Elder Scrolls, for instance. There's plenty of voice lines in Skyrim. There's not that many in Oblivion. There's almost none in Morrowind, despite the general gameplay being very similar. Yeah. And it's just a matter of scalability. I think they were very proud of the amount of voice acting they had in Oblivion, and then they just went even more ham with it in Skyrim. And you can just tell
in
that...
Oblivion, it was still just like one or two people voicing all the characters in the game.
Yes, exactly, because that's the thing. And that's the thing you also see with... this is Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. It also just came out on Switch 2 if you have the virtual machine for that. And in that game, they started doing voice acting, but it's kind of what you say. It's like... they didn't really think that much about who they were casting or whether the voices fit too well with the characters. They fit fine enough, so that's good enough. It wasn't until, the next installment after that, and you could see the same with, again, in Skyrim, they started doing a lot better with the voice acting and the voice casting and the voice direction, honestly. And it's just because... You've seen this general development where even story-driven games, whether it's from Japan or from the West, that slowly more and more voice acting has been introduced, and good voice acting has filled a bigger role in the game development. It's very interesting to see with things like also just the Persona series, because you see the same thing. where the earlier games, they didn't have that much voice acting. And even the 5th game, because that's still pretty old by now, because that is like these 7 years old, they didn't nearly have full voice acting, not even close to it. And I think when they come out with the next game, they might have more, because that seems to be the trajectory that everything is moving in. So it also just comes to what we compare our game to, but it's very difficult to really tell exactly how we match up to some of the bigger games. I think it's easier to say that, because I mean it's so you can go by word, and that's also very difficult, because if we compare ourselves with the amount of words that are in our game with a game like take Elder Scrolls or Baldur's Gate and stuff like that, then it's also gonna give a very skewed image, simply because our game is it's like a book. It's like an interactive book that you read around in, and then you might remember these. They were really popular when I was little, at least, where you had this book where when you took an action, you needed to go to a particular page, and there was like these choose your own adventure books. And ours is sort of like that, right? You go around in the narrative by changing pages, and a lot of the exposition and the words in the game are actually the game playing out like a small theater, I want to say. And then it's broken up by some mini games and some map navigations and stuff like that to soften up the book experience a little bit, so it's not just a run-on narrative experience. There's some small bits that allow you to breathe a little bit. That's something that all games do really well. I'm gonna do on a small tangent here, but you probably played FPSs as well, and things like classic Duke Nukem, but also Rise of the Triad, that Slipgate released a new one or not that long ago. But basically all first-person shooters, also, I saw it in the recent Wolfenstein as well, they always have puzzles. And one of the puzzles that you can almost be certain is going to be there to some extent is a jumping puzzle. Because it's right there. You have an environment and you can jump around in it, so why not have a jumping puzzle? And people, they this is going to be a strong word, but a lot of people hate jumping puzzles. At least they are not fond of them. And that's because they were not there for jumping puzzles. But the thing is that if you have people jumping around for a little bit, it's going to be a lot more fun when they go back to blowing everything up. If you just go around doing the same thing, it's going to lose its effect, right? It's Hayao Miyazaki talks about the silence between the claps, right? You need to have some silence between them in order to actually hear the claps. So if you start clapping the things too close to each other, it's just gonna sound weird. It's not gonna be impactful, and it's not gonna sound like a clap. Right? You need to think about the silence between the claps, so they actually stand out. So you have moments that are great instead of them sort of diluting each other. And for first-person shooters, that is often things like jumping puzzles, which people might not be particularly fond of, but if they do it correctly, it's something else to do just to soften up the pacing a little bit, so you can get this extra excitement when they get back to, now I can blow things up with my big fucking gun again.
Yes, so that is really the art of pacing, and both for really books is. And movies and games, right?
Absolutely. So we do something similar, and we do it with mini games, and we do it with also just a small piece of banter out on the map, where you also get to decide where you want to take the story. So you can sort of, that's also something you see in a lot of sandbox games. Actually, you see this every time you return to the hub. You can sort of decide, do you want to progress the story immediately, or would you rather do something else for a little bit, and what do you want to do? That's something different. So it's all these things that give people a bit of choice, a bit of agency, where that just helps the narrative breathe better. Because they are not forced to do it in a particular way. And so the thing I was coming from is that everything in our game is gonna be within the gameplay loop. And the difference is that in a game like Morrowind, Skyrim, Baldur's Gate, you have so much text that you find in books, that you find on signs, that you find in, if it's Diablo, it's audio log sometimes. But you have a lot of lore building dumps, lore dumps just put into usually some kind of written form that you can pick up somewhere. And there's a lot of that in standard RPGs. And it really bloats up the word count. Also just simple things like the fact that they have so many weapons and other items that also usually come with descriptions, and they have magic that also comes with descriptions. They have, small NPCs that basically don't say anything that's really worth. It doesn't really progress anything, right? Like the guards and there, I took an arrow to the knee, right?
Yeah,
doesn't
although
really do
that one in
anything
particular has done a lot for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that became culture.
Yeah.
And it's also just because, and I almost want to say it's because it failed the game design, right? It became too iconic.
Yeah, it's because it was every guard in every city apparently took it.
Exactly.
Like, it must be something when you educate yourself as a guard, you're told, this line.
Exactly, right? And if the line hadn't been so iconic, you wouldn't have thought about it. But because it was so iconic, and it was just something that everybody said, right? If it was just the guard saying, hey, don't cause any trouble, right? That's something every guard everywhere would say. It's not particularly iconic, but I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. I think that's the line, right?
Yeah. It's still unique, right? You haven't seen that line in another game.
It's super unique.
That's what it is.
It has so much character, and then you give it as just a line for guards that's it's just gonna stand out, because it's also sort of a long line, actually, right? The sentence is pretty long, which also makes it automatically kind of specific. So lines like that, and I mean, it's great because it became so iconic, and also because people didn't understand the line, because taking an arrow to the knee actually means that he got married. He went down on his knee to propose, right? That's the meaning of the line. So it makes sense why a lot of guards may have gotten married, or previous adventurers got married, and then they settled for being a guard instead of being an adventurer. So there's a lot. But that's because that's also too iconic for a guard to give them a line like that. But at least it wasn't because every guard in the entire country had gotten an arrow to the knee at some point. But that's what it sounded like to a lot of people as well, which didn't help, right? Just like, why has every guard been shot in the knee? Is there a villain going around just shooting people in the knee? But that's amazing, because it turned into actually gaming culture. It was something that we know about now. But there's a lot of these small lines in games like that from all kinds of people that are also gonna buff up the word count and the amount of voice acting, but it's sort of hidden in there, and we can't do that because if we voice one character in a particular scene, then we need to voice everybody, and I wish we could do more of those smaller, very effectful things, but it needs to be a proper open world experience to be able to do that effectively. I also have voice lines from Baldur's Gate that just absolutely stuck in my head, simply because it's your own character saying them all the time, and because you're gonna play that game for a long time, and there's only so many things that they can say. It's just gonna drive its way into your brain eventually. And that's okay. I almost want to call that branding as well, right? There's this very small voice that you have a profound experience with.
Absolutely, like I think all games kind of wanna have that thing, right? That
it's
catchphrase
identity
that they have. I do
absolutely.
want to just highlight. We have one of your Kickstarter backers in the chat. So they said. So it's Drowsy Wolf. I don't know if you know that person from Discord.
Yeah.
I'm still hoping you all have good luck finding a new publisher for Shackled Hearts. So is that a third game, or is that a game you've been working on for the whole time?
Yeah, so that's actually not a game. That's a book that we worked on in proper choose your own adventure style. But we're not calling it that because then we might get sued. It's a big behind the people who made those. Apparently they took a patent on making books like that. No, they took it was a trademark. They took a trademark on books called Choose Your Own Adventure.
But there are many kinds of those books.
Yeah, but they never called themselves Choose Your Own Adventure because then they might get sued for trademark infringement. It's crazy. So that's a little tidbit there for you as well.
I didn't know about that.
we made a Choose Your Own Adventure style book called Shackled
Yeah,
Hearts.
that's how you put it. Then you're free.
Yeah, and that was something we've been working on for a while. Actually, we started working on it a few years back. We had our artist who she's called Noah. She works on. She's done all the backgrounds and she's helped with a lot of the character designs. She also drew a very particular Amorpheus character you're gonna meet in the second game, and I think I can say that and people will know who it is without spoiling anything. And she also did all the graphics for the book, because the thing with the book is that it's designed where each chapter you have an image, and then with each image there's a voice line. There's also music for the book actually, so it would have a companion app where you can scan these images and that would play a voice line for each chapter or each branching part of every chapter. And it would also have some music that would start to play that would fit with what's going on in that particular chapter. So it's going to be this multimedia experience, but it's more reminiscent of an actual Choose Your Own Adventure book than what you get from our visual novel games. And it was designed to, I want to say, we usually call it's Twilight, but you get to choose between the wolf and the vampire.
Alright, is it a vampire and werewolf game or book?
It's not quite, because it's set in the world of Arcadia Fallen, and I don't know if we even have vampires or wolves. They've certainly not been introduced yet, at least. And they're not in this book either. I don't think they're a thing. But I think I can say without spoiling too much that you have two characters in the book that you follow around. So you are a demon hunter in this book. And you're traveling with your partner, another demon hunter. So you're two demon hunters out on a mission, and you find a demon-possessed person, like people will know from the first game. There were some people who were possessed by demons, and there was also some demon hunters
something
involved.
about demon with this guy Kim, right? He was having a plant, and then the Julian character came in and said something about demon possession.
Yeah. He has some history with that, because Kim is also featured in the first game. He is a very unlucky little boy, and there was a lot of demon stuff going on in the first game, and there's also going to be a bit in the second game. And the thing is that you think that this is a demon, but it's also not acting quite like a demon. And then you have this thing where I think I can say that also. So the idea is that you get to choose between a demon hunter or a dragon instead, because you have this thing with all demons in the world of Arcadia Fallen are actually dragon spirits that have been tormented beyond belief. They have been distorted and perverted. And the idea is that most of them, they were killed during, I think it was the Great Witch War, something it's called. I'm not the best history buff, I'm the programmer after all. But it was a big war, and it's before the cleansing. It's way back that this happened. And there was a war between, for the most part, humans and dragons. And what happened was that the humans managed to cull all the dragons, but they didn't do that by simply killing them. What they actually kind of did was that they entombed them in these crystal mines. Back then they weren't meant to be mines, they were meant to be prisons, where they would just entomb them within crystals. So that was how they won the war. And how they won it was by killing off all the next generation as well. So most of these dragon spirits are very young dragons. They've barely lived their life. Some of them were actually still in their eggs. So there's a lot of people who have known nothing but the torture of being trapped in a sort of limbo between being alive or being dead. And that's what corrupts these dragon spirits into becoming what's known as demons that slip out into the world, filled by torment and anger.
I think you're getting into some of the darker parts. When I started this game, I also saw that it was very light, like in its colors, in its mood. But there were a few hints that maybe it wasn't so cheerful after all. There were hunters picking up kids and sending them off.
Yeah, there's something about that. There's going to be some darker bits, but this is also some lore that plays more into the first game. Most of it is sort of explicit. I don't think it's been said that explicitly. I think it's mentioned somewhere in the second game. I don't think I've said anything that isn't out there, but I think a lot of people don't necessarily pick up on the fact that demons are actually dragon spirits that has been trapped in these crystals, and that the crystals were meant to be a prison. Those things I'm pretty sure that people can pick up on in the two games. And the idea is that the calamity of the first game is one of these prisons being destroyed because people start to mine the crystals, because it's made by powerful magic, and that's very cool. You can use that to power things. And then they start to cause an outbreak of demons. And the idea is that since all of these demons, and we're getting a little bit into some spoiler territory for some of the games, of course, now. So if people just bear with me for 2 minutes, you're gonna meet some demons that are more that hasn't lost themselves as much as others. So most of them are sort of, just think standard demon stuff. But some of them, they have managed to keep their sanity within this time, trapped in the crystals, biding their time.
So could it be possible to kind of befriend them or ally them? Is that what we're getting at?
We're getting at stuff like that, yeah. It's at least that instead of being corrupted and perverted and tormented and just losing themselves to hate, they are still the person that they were back then. These are dragons that have lived lives. These were guardians, people who were there to protect the children. And when they got trapped, got killed basically as well, they were able to endure this long time trapped within the crystals. So when they got out, they were still mostly themselves. And you get to meet one of them, these people in the book. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of the vampire situation, because is it a demon or a dragon? Because it's very difficult to say, because it's sort of the same thing. A demon spirit is a dragon spirit. The difference is this person actually able to were they able to endure, right? Are they still themselves, or are they just driven by emotion, or could they, be driven by emotion again? So it actually gets a lot of the same sort of, vampires. They're just bloodthirsty. Wait, this person maybe isn't bloodthirsty, or maybe he is if he sees blood. you can see how there's some of the same, kind of dynamics into play with a person. And then, of course, there's the very, very huge taboo thing with, but you're still possessing somebody, right? Because demons need to possess a vessel, and that vessel is usually dead. They die when they get possessed often. So they are still sort of possessing a body that is not their own, and then that's gonna be a huge question as well that arises within the book, and you're trying to figure out. So there's a lot of things where you get to have a lot more insight into the world of Arcadia Fallen from the perspective of a demon hunter. You get to experience some of the aftermath of the first game, because the book happens between the first and the second game, and you also get to meet some of the characters that appear in the second game while they were a bit younger. Not a lot, because most of the people are there in the Magic Academy, and you're not going to Seven Winds in the book. But much like Anne in the first game, she's a student in the first game. She becomes a professor when she returns to the academy with her research. There's also going to be other people from the academy who is sometimes out researching or traveling for different reasons, and you get to meet some of these people at a younger age, and then you get to travel actually around the world of Arcadia Fallen for a little bit. So yeah, it's gonna be quite different, and it was always designed to be this Twilight, but you get to choose between the wolf and the vampire, in this case the demon or the demon hunter, and then trying to figure out what is up with this demon outbreak from the first game, and trying to put a lid on that, because no matter how you resolve the first game, there's still gonna be a demon outbreak. It's how did you stop it? But by then there will already have been demons that slipped out. So that's sort of the aftermath that you get to experience in the book. Anyway, we had some publishers on it who were gonna help with it, and they kind of bailed on us, and they have been really difficult to work with. And it was actually their idea. They reached out to us, and they have some history with working on these kind of books, but it's been a drag. So now we have a book that's written. We have all the music, we have all the voice lines, we have all the visuals, but we don't know how to make a book, and now we don't have anybody to release the book. So now we're gonna try and figure out what we're gonna do with it. We might run a Kickstarter, but now we're running into another difficult situation, which is both the American tariffs, but also just that postal has gone up drastically in the past few years, basically since the war in Ukraine. So now it's really expensive to send physical merchandise overseas, which means that suddenly that is going to be less attractive, because we're going to spend like $30 every time we need to send just any package almost. It's insane.
Yeah.
And the book is maybe something I would say is worth $20. So it's gonna be more postal than it's gonna be book. It just seems weird.
Yeah, that makes it really difficult to drive a business.
Yeah, exactly. Because we used to be able to send things for just under $10. That's a lot more affordable. But you can't do that anymore. Now it's 4 times of that.
Yeah. Somebody else joined the stream. It's Imperial Woods asking what we are playing. So I'm curious where they found the stream, because I think for this one I've only been advertising it on your Discord. But
Yes.
just to say again, like we're looking at Arcadia Fallen II, which is a visual novel, and well, I'm just streaming it, but Daniel is here, and he's one of the people who worked on it, did programming on it. But we've been in the Arcadia Fallen world for almost 10 years. So, are you gonna do an anniversary party when you hit 27?
Maybe we should. Maybe we should.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of followers or fans for the game?
Yeah, I think so. We at least have a small, very dedicated fan base of people who have also returned both for the second game, but also for the second Kickstarter. And that's some amazing support to have. There's a lot of people who pledged into getting beta access, which is also amazing. I'm very happy with the Discord community that we have, because it's very small. It's not so active that we can't get personally involved with talking to people. So if there's anybody who really loved the game, they can just come in, they can ask questions, they can tell how they feel, or how their experience were, and we're gonna read it, and we're gonna talk with them. So that's really amazing, because it is the second game also did really well. It's doing really well compared to the first game. On release, of course. The first game has been out for a while, so of course that's gonna rake in a lot of sales, a lot of interest, and that's also just really great and amazing. And we're really grateful for all the people who have returned to play the second game and all their kind words. We have more than 100 reviews on Steam now, and they're all positive. We're really happy about that, and we're really happy about all the kind of words that people there are sharing in there to describe their experience playing the game. It means the world to us. One of the most difficult things with releasing a game or developing a game is that you put so much work in it, so much heart and soul, sweat and tears, everything. It is tough making a game, especially when you do it professionally, because we're paying people, and there needs to be money enough, so we can't just do it forever. There needs to be a product, and it needs to be sold, and it needs to sell, because if it can't, then we can't make the sort of games that we're making, because they're expensive, time-consuming games to make. So that takes a lot of effort, and then you release the game. You reach a date, you push the button, it's out there, and then that's sort of it. Like, because you sell it online, it's not like you're down in the shop and you actually get to see people coming into the shop and being excited about it. So it can be sort of a weird emotion that you sit with, that after so much work,
you just hit the publish button, and then that was it. Yeah, you're sitting there, just you pushed it out there.
And hopefully people, they're silent, because it means that they're busy playing the game instead of writing about how shit the game was, because that would have to be the thing if they couldn't even be bothered to continue playing it. So it's sort of weird, this experience, that it's gonna take a few days before people are even really gonna talk about it, because you're probably not gonna play the game in a day. It's a 12-hour long game. So you at least probably, if you're doing other things, you probably need a weekend to finish the game. And that just means that it's gonna be several days before people actually have had the time to play it, had the time to think about it, feel how to feel about it. And that also, it's just very strange, right? That you release a game and you hope that people there are gonna go in there, they're gonna buy the game, they're gonna play the game, and that means you're gonna be left in silence. So it's really.
But it's interesting.
It's really just a very strange experience, and it's the same the second time around.
Yeah, but it's interesting how you say that if they're silent, it's really good. So when you're working on like bigger games that have a huge following, there will be a lot of negative. Like I think a lot of games have a very difficult fan base or a very negative community. And I heard a developer then say once, they were asked, okay, how do you deal with that? And they say, for them, it was really about meeting people in person. If they had any kind of chance to meet people in person that played the game, maybe at a game convention or something, it was a totally different feeling, because the people who are positive tend not to spend that much time posting stuff and writing on a Discord, whereas negative people, they tend to really want to vent out their fury, right?
Yeah, that's certainly also a thing with the whole who usually wants to write, right? You need to create a very profound and great experience for people to being like, I want to write a review about this on Steam. Whereas if you piss people off, I think it's easier, generally speaking, to get somebody to have some anger that they want to get out. But I think there's more things to it. I absolutely agree with the note that you had, though, about the getting to meet people in person. So we've been to Gamescom 2 times. We were also at AdventureX in London one time. And meeting people in person is absolutely amazing. And we are really just going to these conventions to meet people in person and to give people the opportunity to meet us in person and just hang, talk, experience that we also just people. And we actually also a very small team. And we love talking with our fans, or just, generally people who played the game and had a profound experience, and hear about the fact that they loved the game. I remember putting out flyers on tables at Gamescom last year, where while I was putting something at a table and I was just about to move away, there was somebody saying, "Oh, it's Arcadia Fallen." It was just like, oh, that's so great. People know
amazing.
us. Right? People will be like, "Oh, Arcadia Fallen is here," right? Because there's such a big, do we call it shadow number? People who you can't really tell that they're there because we have this small community in the Discord. And I remember the first time we were at Gamescom, one of the people from our Discord came to see us at Gamescom, and she is from I think I can say that she's from Berlin, and I sort of realized immediately who it might be. But she had traveled all the way to Gamescom with her boyfriend, who was going there, so that she could meet us, and it was absolutely amazing. I mean, we also had some other people who came there specifically to see us. Absolutely amazing that you can have that your story can have such a profound effect on people, that they just want to meet you. I mean, I sort of get that. I also have people I have experienced, their music or their games, where I would just be like, oh man, if I had an opportunity to meet these people, I just want to say, wow, that was great. You don't even really know what to say. You just sort of want to meet them. It's also so cool to have created something that has that effect on other people, and it's amazing to just get to say hi to those people and see them. That means the world to us, because as we were talking about just a moment ago, releasing a game that feels kind of mute, because you don't get to see people's reactions. People are gonna go and play the game, and it's very difficult to gauge how it made people feel. But when you meet people in person, and people, they came there to see you, and you get to talk about them, you get to have an understanding of what this game was worth to them, beyond just, having 12 hours of entertainment. Because if it was just that for people, then I'm not sure we would be doing this. We try to make a very meaningful story that we hope will connect with people. and it's very important to us that it is more than just escapism. That is actually a story that will help people evolve. Not necessarily all people, absolutely not all people, but if there's just 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 of people who are gonna have a profound experience with our game that is gonna not necessarily change their life, but have an impact on how they choose to live their life or spend their time, that would be absolutely amazing. And when we get to meet those people, we know that these are people that have been profoundly touched by what we have created, and that's why we're doing it.
Can you give an example, maybe from Arcadia Fallen 1, that is not much of a spoiler, but of a moment in that game where you remember that touched somebody?
I think one of the greatest things we did with Arcadia Fallen 1 that isn't maybe much of a spoiler actually is the trolley problem. You see that a lot in games.
What, trolley?
Yeah, the trolley problem. So you don't know what the trolley problem is. I can absolutely explain it. I just want to make sure.
Introduce the trolley problem.
Okay, so the trolley problem is one of the most used philosophical experiments in games. That's because it's inherently choice-based. So imagine you have a trolley or a train. It's on rails, and you're going down these rails, and then in front of you, you have 2 rails. So it splits into 2. And the thing again is this, that, okay, so on one of the rails, let's say that you have some people that you're going to run over. Let's just call these a bunch of old people. So you're probably going to change to the lane where you don't drive anyone over. This is a pretty simple problem. So now we're going to make it more difficult. We're going to say, okay, but there's actually 2 old people on the one of the rails, and on the other one there's 2 students with their whole life ahead of them. So who are you going to run over now? And this is an experience that you can do in many ways, but it always comes down to an ultimatum between 2 things. And sometimes the trolley problem can also be that you're gonna move in a particular direction, but you have the opportunity to sway in order to save the people that you're gonna run over, in order to run somebody else over. There's also people who are comparing it to what would you do if you're about to crash into somebody while driving your car, right? So let's say that you're driving your car and suddenly somebody steps in front of you and you're absolutely gonna run them over. Or you could swerve, but then you're gonna run into somebody else. And then the thing becomes again, who are you gonna run over? And the thing is that, of course, we can do things like, are some people more or less deserving of getting killed by a complete incident or accident or by the will of somebody else's agency? And that's really what it comes down to. But the thing is also that you cannot just make an objective choice about this is an old person, this is a young person. I think in most situations people would say, okay, then let's save the young person because they have a longer life ahead of them. Cool. Okay, let's change it up. This old person is your mom.
Yeah.
So now it's no longer about, the life expectancies and all of that. Now it's about a personal connection. And that makes it a lot harder. And that's where you often see the hypocrisy. Right? Because most people are absolutely willing to, run down the old lady. Right until you say, oh, but you have a personal connection to that person. Oh, well then I guess, fuck the young person. Right? Because it has an effect on who, because we're really good at doing the objective thing and going all Squid Game on it and being like, no, we're just gonna try who deserves, what is the most fair, and then we suddenly realize that fair is out the window.
And now Drowsy will says, well, it also depends on your relationship with your mother.
That's a good point. And the thing is that people will absolutely think when presented with this problem that they're gonna make the right choice. The right choice. So now you know what the trolley problem is. And it's something that's been presented in a lot of games. And we also had it in Arcadia Fallen 1. Because you have Victoria. She is a former demon hunter. I guess she never truly became a demon hunter because she got expelled during her training. And how this happened, you can talk to her about that. So she's actually a knight with demon hunter training. That is who she is. And when you talk with her about it, she's... So what happened was that she was out on a mission with a partner. Of course, demon hunters, they always work as partners. And they were going to save a rural village somewhere from a demon attack. And what happened was that her partner got in a situation where she was presented with a trolley problem. Try to save her partner, who would most likely cease to be if she didn't help him because he was being overpowered by the demon, or try to save the local people from the demon. And as a demon hunter, it is her duty and her partner's duty to give their life to defend the local people. So she should have saved the local people and helped them and led him to die. But she didn't decide to do that. She decided to help him, which meant there were civilian casualties instead. And he survived. And moreover, so this was something that she should have been prosecuted for because she basically did the opposite of what she was supposed to do. And people were supposed to trust her as a law enforcer to help them. And she didn't get prosecuted. Instead, she was just told to give in her badge, or her sword in this case, and leave. And the reason that happened was because her partner was a noble. So suddenly it became about that she did the right thing because she saved a noble life, and it only cost the life of peasants, right? So it also becomes this political pawn suddenly, that her personal choice to do the opposite of what she was expected to do when presented with a very difficult choice was suddenly used as a political agenda. To say that, no, actually this was the good thing because she saved the life of one noble and it only cost the life of a few peasants.
Yeah. Is she a player character or is she an NPC?
She is one of the companions you get to meet and who helps you throughout the story of Arcadia Fallen 1. And the thing is that, so she tells you this very profound, tragic story that has her where she is right now because she's dealing with emotions about doing the right thing or doing what you're supposed to do by the law. Because she's a law enforcer, she's still a knight. So she just changed profession. And she believes in the law, but she also believes the law can be flawed. I could give you one really great historical example. It used to be legal to own slaves. I think many people can say that that's morally dubious. So the whole thing is that we should obey the law, but we should also challenge the law. So no matter how you inspire her, this is... You can make a good case for both. You can make a good case that, of course, we should follow the law, because, of course, we should follow the law. But the law can also be flawed. And we should challenge the law in order to make sure that the laws become more fair. And that's what she's struggling with and dealing with. And she tells you this story. And then you have an opportunity to speak your piece. And I think she literally asks you, what would you do?
Yeah.
In my situation. And it's a very pointed question. And a lot of people, they're like, I would save the villagers. I would do the right thing. And if you tell that to her, she will throw it right directly back in your face and say, yeah, you would. If you were in my situation, if you were actually in my situation, you would throw aside all those heroic thoughts of doing the right thing and do the only thing that you can see, and that is helping the one person who you actually care about in the equation. So she gets really mad at you. You can resolve it. You can still salvage it. Nothing like that. We make a game. Our games is about. We believe that telling people what they want to hear that leads to very shallow relationships, very shallow friendships. We believe that deep, profound friendships are forged by telling people what they need to hear, and being willing to upset people. I believe some of my best friendships are also the people who have said some of the hardest things to me growing up, and I still keep them around, not because they clap my back and tell me what I want to hear, but because they're willing to tell the things that I need to hear when I'm doing something dubious or wrong or whatever, you know. Somebody who actually willing to say something that I will find unpleasant, because then I also know that I can trust them, that they mean what they say, instead of they're just saying what they think I want to hear. And Arcadia Fallen, both the whole series is very much about this idea that you can be mad, you can get mad, you can make people mad at you. You don't have to say the thing that people want to hear. You can say the thing that you want to say and that you think that they need to hear. So of course, this whole situation, you can have an argument with Victoria if you will say that I will do the right thing, and she will get absolutely livid and throw it back in your face and say, yeah, sure you would, hero. You're just so much better than I am, even though you've never had to make the choice that I had to choose, right? And then fast forward to the ending of the game. You're presented with a similar situation where you have to choose between the local people and one of your best friends in the game. And suddenly you are in Victoria's position, and suddenly the player will immediately recognize their own hypocrisy, because they will not want to sacrifice their friend for the lives of the local peasants. And it's one of those where we've seen a few times people streaming the game, and people are, they recognize the trolley problem immediately when they see Victoria, and they're like, oh, it's a trolley problem, haha, and then we'll talk a little about that, and then we'll do the thing, and they will say, yeah, we'll make the right choice, we're, good people, and then she will just absolutely tear them apart, and they will be like, whoa, what happened? And they will maybe think a little bit about that, but then they think that is that, right? The arc is over. We are now done with the trolley problem, but the idea is that we like to build ramps, as we say, that things that start in one scene but doesn't resolve until hours later. And this was one of the hidden ramps that people didn't realize that we were building up to. But the whole idea is that we're trying to prepare the player to understand the hypocrisy, to see that, of course, it's not going to be that simple. And doing the right thing, doing the objectively right thing, is virtually impossible if you have to choose between somebody you care about and somebody who is just numbers in your head to some degree. That's going to be very difficult. So I think that is something that has had a very profound impact on some people. Because we don't just present the trolley problem. We don't just say, hey, this is a trolley problem. We actually go out of our way to try and create a situation within the game where you're presented with a very genuine trolley problem instead of just a concept. There's a lot of games who likes to use philosophy, but doesn't really necessarily want to dig into it. Right? They use the words, they use the concepts, but they don't really create the environment or the characters to really create a simulated universe wherein you can actually experience it. that's a grievance I have with a lot of games, honestly. And it's not even because they do it badly. I think Nier Automata is a great game that I enjoyed playing, that I think does philosophy very poorly, but it's not because it doesn't have philosophy in it. And I enjoy that it has philosophy in it. I just wish they did it a little better, because they're good at presenting you with the terms and the ideas. So if you want to do your own homework, then you got some things to start with. But the game doesn't really drag you through the philosophical aspects or choices and decisions. Whereas
so sort of like commit to it and really stick with it, and
it's the whole idea. I want to say that there's two ways that you can do philosophy, and of course there are going to be gray areas of those. But you can either not care about the terms at all and just know intrinsically how to create a situation where they will be confronted with a philosophical question that will feel very genuine, that will feel very organic. And then you can do the opposite, which is you're not gonna, create a situation where you can do it organically. So instead you're gonna enforce the name, you're gonna invoke the names, the concepts, things that they will recognize if they're into philosophy, or things that they will be able to read up on if they're very excited about the concept that was being presented. But it's more like one of them is a concept being presented that you will easily recognize because they use the names of the terms, while ours is usually to go so organic that we don't even use the terms, which also means that you don't necessarily know what you're being exposed to. I think a really good case of this is Michael from the first game, because he's bit
so is
without
he also a
too much into
character
it.
that you meet, or a companion that you have in your team?
Yes, he's one of the other 4 companions that you get to meet. So the first game is very much about crossroads. It's people who are dealing with sort of a dilemma. And Victoria, she has this law or order to do right by the law, or to choose her own morale in order to supersede bad laws and do what she thinks is right to her. And then you have Michael. He is an incredibly powerful mage. Like, people don't even really get to experience it. But the thing is that he seems very carefree. He's a very spunky character. He lives life. He's a bit of a trickster character, and the reason he gets to be that is because he is absolutely the biggest bite on the web. He is so powerful that if anybody truly tried to stop him, he would just weasel out of it. Right? There's no way. He's too slippery. He's too powerful. He's like, I want to say, a level 12 D&D mage running around with level 1 people, right? Yeah. He is absolutely out of scope compared to those people. And that means that he can have fun with the situation. Because he's actually an outlaw, right? Victoria, she would love to take him in for questioning and stuff like that. But she's just completely incapable of doing it, and he knows it. She probably senses it. So you have this very powerful guy in your team. But the thing is that his crossroad is that he wants to save the world. And he tried to make the world a better place. And what he realized is that it's just too great for him. He tried to be Atlas and carry everything on his shoulders, and he dropped the ball. So he's in a very tough position where he's trying to sort of deal with a very depression. He sort of has depression, actually, because he's dealing with having so much power, having worked so hard, and yet he can do nothing, right? He has all this power, and for a long time it gave him hope that he could make the world better. Just to realize that no matter how much power he has, he will never be able to save the world, because it's just too big for him. It's too big for anybody. And that has created a sort of hopelessness within him. And he represents, in a lot of ways, existentialism, which is also a philosophical thing. And we never say it explicitly that this has to do with existentialism. And I'm not going to go too much into it because it's a whole Kierkegaard lecture to get into what it is about. But people who spend time with Michael in the first game, they will get a very organic introduction to what existentialism means. Because Michael, he's a very clever person. And you will get to really talk it out with him, with a person who is having an existential crisis at the time, and trying to figure out what to do with the power that he has. And I can't remember exactly how his crossroad is. I think one of them is to realize that he doesn't need to save the world. He can just save whatever little part of the world is right in front of him, one day at a time. So it's more about realizing that you can't save everybody. You can't have such a profound impact that you alone should be able to control where the entire world is going, right? That is your agency against the agency of everybody else in the world, and nobody else should have that power. And I think that's the other one, really. So one of them is to just accept that, you know what, I can't save the world. I can't save the entire world. But if I just consider my world, the people around me, the people I care about, the people who are close to me, either emotionally or geographically right in front of me, I can do something there. I can profoundly better a person's life right now, right here. And I can make a choice to do that. And that is not beyond my power to do. That is not beyond anybody's power to do. All it takes is to be a little kinder, a little more inclusive, a little more thoughtful about how you treat other people. And that is, I think that's one of his things. That is absolutely one of his things. And I think the other one is another thing that bleeds more into existentialism, which is you don't need to save the world because the world doesn't need saving. And that's a very existentialism thing to say, because existentialism essentially boils down to that everything, nothing means anything, right? There's no bigger meaning to things. If the world is going to shit, then it's because people wanted it to go to shit. And maybe it only just looks like shit to you, but the people who are driving it in that direction likes where it's going, right? So it becomes this conflict of objectivity and who gets to decide where things are going. Well, hopefully the majority of people, and not, the person with the most agency. And then it can come down to whether dictators, right? Should one dictator get to dictate where their whole country is going? And is that even the good way for their country to go? But the thing is that it doesn't matter. Because it's existentialism, it doesn't matter. What matters is what matters to you. So instead of burdening yourself with all the things that you can't do anything about, just let it go. And then find meaning in the things that you want to have meaning. Because the whole thing is that there is no intrinsic meaning to anything. Which means that you get to give it the meaning that makes sense to you specifically. So you don't need to save the world because the world doesn't necessarily need saving. That is just an idea that you have and that you're struggling to uphold. So maybe you should just accept that the world doesn't need your saving and then figure out what you want to do with your time.
So it sounds like you have a lot of these psychological kind of themes, and I really like it.
Permeated into both games, yeah.
Yeah, I really like it. It's very nice because then you, as you say, you get to actually affect people in some profound way. Do you have backgrounds in psychology, or are you just kind of interested in it?
I have a very small background in psychology. It was part of meteorology, but it's more in terms of how people they perceive gameplay. So things like, if you light up a path, people are more likely to go down the light path and not the dark path. So if you want to tutorialize people to go in the right direction the first time, make sure that it is a lighter path. That's psychology. And that's sort of psychology, I know. But this kind of psychology, yes. But it's to help people make the right decision the first time. Also, just things like, it comes down to game design, right? I think South Park was actually the first to do this with their first good game, not Fractured but Whole, but the other one, I can't remember what it's called. The
Stick of Truth.
Yes, the Stick of Truth. They started doing this very clever thing where all the things that all the doors, all the handles that you could actually interact with, they would make them yellow. And it sticks really fast as a player that if it's not yellow, I can't interact with it. Does it make sense that it's yellow? No. But psychologically, you're gonna, create this understanding where, to begin with, they're gonna say, oh, yellow, that's probably something that I can interact with because it's yellow, it's light. And they do it, and they learn that, oh, this is the only time I can interact with people. And suddenly you can have all these doors, all these cabinets, all these things that would make sense to have within the world. And you didn't have to be afraid that they would use the whole time going around and interacting with things that they couldn't interact with because they didn't know which one of these doors would actually open. And that is something people have been struggling with for generations. Maybe that generations, video games are not that
generations
that old.
Of
One
video
generation
games.
of video gamers have been struggling with this. And the answer was just because what people usually did was to remove things. So there wouldn't be a door, or they would have to barricade it in some way where it's like,
you
okay,
put
so
boxes in front of it, or you put like a
yeah, exactly.
a wooden board
Then it
that's
becomes the
hammered,
question of, does it make more sense for the handle to be yellow or for almost all doors to be boxed up? Right, it's like none of it makes sense, so why not just go with the very intuitive thing that we understand is I want to say that it's non-diegetic, which basically just means that it doesn't exist within the game world. This is something that you see as a player, and we're really good at accepting things that might not be diegetic, things that are not actually in the world, just to accept that they can be perceived. It's things like music. In most games, the music is not actually playing in the scene. The characters in the scene don't hear the music. It is something that's only there for the player, and people accept that. It is something that we're really good at accepting. Anyway, that's the psychology that I'm familiar with. But our sound designer, Jesper, as I mentioned very briefly in the beginning of the interview, he took a very different path when it came to studies, and he has a master's in philosophy of all things. So we have Mette, who has a degree in game development, specialized in narrative design, who has also been writing a lot of stories, few smaller games. We did a lot of game jams together before we started the company as well. But she has a lot of experience. She's been writing small books for herself since she was in elementary school. So she's really good at writing. She's written so many fanfics that I'm not gonna tell people about. But it gives her a lot of experience. It gives her a lot of understanding of what is a thrilling, emotional narrative. And then she has these also, I want to say, profound ideas. So for instance, the whole issue with Michael and Victoria, their crossroad that I presented, I'm pretty sure that was Mette's idea when coming up with the characters. But then, instead of just fumbling her way with some philosophy that she doesn't necessarily understand too well herself, because she didn't have a lot of time studying philosophy, we have Jesper, who has been studying philosophy his entire life. He went into philosophy because he was absolutely taken with philosophy at an early age as well. So he can come in, look at it, and being like, if we do these things with Michael, we can do these very organic ways of introducing existentialism into the plot and into his arc. And again, with the trolley problem, that was Jesper coming in and saying, okay, but if we do it in this way, if we tell the story in this way and create this ramp, then we will create an opportunity for people to really feel this hypocrisy that almost every person will do, because he was the person who mentioned the whole thing with for our team. With most people, they will try to objectively do the right thing, right until you say that the old lady, that's the mother, right until they have the personal connection. Then everybody, they will just absolutely turn on a dime and not do the objectively good thing to do, because they will always do the subjective thing. And it makes sense, and that's because in the end, all the other people, they're just strangers, and they will never hold up to a person who you know. But then that was one of the things that he mentioned, who also created this, who helped Meta trying to find a way to express that idea in the game in a very organic way. So it's Meta, she does all the, writing the story, or well, now she has helped Katie, of course. But the idea is still that she does a lot of the writing, and she's the creative vision holder of the entire world and the games. But Jesper, he does a lot of heavy lifting in terms of making sure that things, they land very clearly. Right? Mm-hmm. We don't fumble our philosophy. We don't just go in, then we can have some existentialism here. Well, we start by saying, couldn't it maybe be interesting to have some existentialism here? And then we have a bona fide philosopher in our ranks who can go in and be like, let's see how we can do that in a way that really sticks. Mm-hmm. And I also think that's one of the things that people are really connecting with. I think it's both Meta's brand of creating stories that are not afraid of touching on very dark subjects, things that are challenging, things that are hard, difficult things, dark things, but also still making sure that it keeps a sense of hope. I think there's a lot of games who feel like it's difficult to be profound without becoming nihilistic in a sense. And we don't do nihilism. We do hopeful. There's no reason to tell people that things are fucked, because I think a lot of people understand that there's a lot of things that are fucked. I would much rather present a situation that's a very tough, a very difficult situation, and then how did we get here? How can we... So it's both how did we get here within the game, and what can we do to try and avoid getting there? And even if we get there, what can we do within this situation to get out of it, or protect ourselves, help the people around us, right? You can hear the spiel I have with Michael again now. It's all about if the world is going in a direction that we don't agree with, it might be too big for us to fix that just as one person. But if we can just lift the people around us, then if we all do that, then we can maybe change the direction of the world for the better, even if there's a lot of power, a lot of agency, a lot of influences who want to drag it in a direction that can be very terrible. The second game is, I think there's a lot of people who think it's very inspired by recent events, and to a little degree it is, but it's actually a lot less than people they could possibly imagine. Because there's a lot of things going on with fascism on the rise, both in Europe and in America, and in general around the world. We're seeing a right-wing increase in right-wing politics. So this is the shift we're seeing in the real world, and you're going to see something that sounds vaguely familiar in Arcadia Fallen II as that plot unfolds. But it's actually inspired more by the occupation of Denmark during the Second World War, and how resistance fighters found ways to spite the Nazi regime and fight back. And really, it's very much a story about not whether you have the power to, defeat a fascist regime, because no one person has the power to defeat a movement that big. It's unfeasible. It's fantasy. But you do have the power, as with Michael, to do something for the people around you. And what the second game is very much about is, I guess, even the first game. The first game has a really profound line that I really like, which I can't remember entirely right now. But it's Elizabeth who tells the player that that villains they don't just appear, right? The villains are made, and that does not mean you should pity the villain. It means you should be concerned about how the next one is made. And it's the whole concept that evil people and villains don't just appear out of nowhere. They were created by something. Something stirred them in that direction. And you need to be aware of when you create your enemies. So it's always being this, trying to unite people and trying to not split people. Trying to get people to talk together, because that is when we make a better world, is when we're not fighting each other, but we are fighting for each other. And that's something we've taken to the next degree in the second game. There's a lot about not fighting for yourself, but what you can do to fight for somebody else, because that somebody else is gonna be the enemy today, or the stranger that you don't know, who's gonna fight for you tomorrow when you're not able to fight for yourself anymore. So it's about this whole idea that if we only fight for ourselves, then we make a terrible world where we are only fighting for our own gain. But when we fight and lift each other and fight for each other, fight for something greater than ourselves, that is when you actually create a unified front, where instead of, and it's the whole thing that you also see on the rise in a lot of places right now, where people, they're blaming, they're playing foreigners, or they're playing poor people or rich people or whatever, right? It's all people pitting one group of people against another group of people, where really we should try and figure out to not fight between each other, trying to group together. And of course, there's some people who can't be convinced, and then it's fully within so that's the hopeful thing again, that some people are just not going to be convinced. Some people are going to be out to get you. Some people might even be trying to destroy your life. And of course, you should fight back. You shouldn't just lay down. And that's where the hopeful thing sort of comes into it again. So we are looking at, but how can you fight back? There's always a way. We are very ingenuitive. We all have some volition and agency that we can apply in a direction in order to spite the people who are trying to make our lives miserable.
So I think a lot of what you're saying is also resonating. So I don't know if you can see the chat if you're watching that.
I'm not actually seeing the chat now.
No. So someone is saying this is perfect for a 4th of May stream. Denmark was liberated from fascists the 4th of May during World War II. And we're on the 4th of May today. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think
that's true. Also, and the game was released on the 9th of April, which was the anniversary of Germany invading Denmark. Which so yes, we're very good at hitting these very important dates.
Did you plan on that?
We didn't quite plan on it. We saw that it was possible within the time frame that we were going to go for, and then it felt like a really good time to do it. So it was softly planned.
Yeah.
And then it just really made sense. It was so fun to be like, because we have this inspiration from the the resistance firefighters, not just in Denmark, but also in Denmark during the Second World War. 3 of my 4 great-grandparents were resistance fighters. So I have a lot of family stories about both good and terrible things, and how they... because, again, I found it so empowering. And this is, again, what I was trying to touch on a little bit with my spiel before. The whole... So why do you become a resistance fighter? Because you're risking your own life, and you can't possibly do it in your own interest. Because it could be an existential thing. The fact that you feel really terrible about not doing anything, right? That inaction somehow is an attack on your own self-identity, right? The whole... I want to say that resistance fighters, they are spurred on by either idealistic ideas or an inability to stand idly by when faced with evil or bad people. Mm-hmm. And that's the whole thing, because you're risking your life and you're not really getting anything, because it's you will try to not... there's no real glory to be had as a resistance fighter, right? Because you're not gonna get paid for doing it. It's not like that. You're doing on your own free volition. You're going out in the night to sabotage things or smuggling things and risking your life, and you're not getting paid. You're not gonna get a... If somebody finds you, you're probably gonna get killed. It might even put your family in an even worse situation. Yeah. And the best you can hope for is that maybe it would sped up the war a little bit. Mm-hmm. But really, it's about spite, and it's about risking your life, not for the betterment of your own, but for the betterment of others. Because otherwise, the way just absolutely... The scales cannot absolutely weigh in a way that makes sense. And I find it very empowering that there are people who are so willing to fight for other people. And again, it's literally also people they don't know. It can even be people who might even persecute them or, be assholes to them on the streets, but they're still risking their lives for the betterment of everybody, including their foes.
Yeah, and including their friends. There were so many stories from also back in Germany where you couldn't even trust your own family anymore, right?
Yes.
Raping in the chat is also asking if you can tell some stories from your ancestors, what they were involved in, like if you had any fun, not necessarily to take focus away from the game. There's some
that are directly inspired in the game. I can start with saying that 2 of them were involved in smuggling weapons that were thrown down by the English, by the British. So they would fly out with planes. And then they would, on the rural fields of Denmark, and they would throw down these huge cylinders filled with weapons for the resistance movement, because the resistance movement was being very much enabled by the British Empire. And they would then go out on these fields and try to find the shipments when they come in, and then they would help redistribute these across of Denmark so they could get in the hands of the resistance movement. So 2 of my great-granddads, they were doing this in 2 different places. They didn't know each other, but they happened to be doing the same sort of thing. And how this worked was that you would have people who were in radio contact with the British who would know when these shipments were going to be delivered. And they would then be on Danish radio, local radio somewhere. And they would do their normal broadcasts, stuff like that. And then because it was very normal that people, they could call in. And then they could have messages that they could pay to have shared, like you would an article in a local newspaper today as well, right? So you can have a small segment. And then they might say something like, so Sophia, she wishes her sister in something, a happy birthday today, right? Something like that, or you know.
Yeah.
And then they would have different versions of these, and the story didn't matter. The only thing that mattered were the names, because the names would tell who was on duty today, because the same team would go to the same general area. There was no reason to change up the area. If it was a good area to drop it, it's gonna be a good area again tomorrow. But Sophia, that might be a resistance group. So when they heard, oh, something from or to or whatever, something Sophia, okay, we're gonna go out there tonight and wait for a plane to come by. And then there would be a plane and they would drop the thing. Or sometimes they wouldn't, because maybe there was something that made it risky, that they were afraid they were getting spotted. But that was how it worked. And we're gonna have a resistance. The people who played the second game of Arcadia Fallen are gonna experience a resistance broadcast that is vaguely inspired by some of this. There's also something that is a little more directly inspired. So one of my great granddads, he worked in a rather high position in the DSB, the Danish states, being what's that? The train stuff in Denmark.
The train stuff. Yeah, that's I don't know what is it? The train organization.
So it's basically the big national company that handles trains in Denmark, both the rails and the trains. And he worked for them in a rather high position at something that's called Aarhus. It is the second largest city in Denmark, which also, because it's located in Jutland, and I know I'm probably going to challenge people's knowledge of geography a little bit, but it's very central in Jutland is the part of Denmark that is actually connected directly to Germany. Copenhagen, if you need to go to the capital of Denmark, you actually need to cross some bridges, and it's much further away, which meant that most of the logistics of the German army would go through either Fredericia, which is the most central connection for trains, or Aarhus, because that was the biggest city that was more nearby. So there was a huge, there was a lot of Nazi activity, Gestapo activity in Aarhus as well. And my great granddad, he would work here with the train logistics, and he would very deliberately misplace the cargo. Cargo disappeared for ages, got moved to different places, just really getting some grain into their machine, so things couldn't go smoothly. So that created a lot of logistics problems for them. And the best thing is that people today in Denmark have this idea that DSB, which we call it, is very inefficient. And believe me, that was also the idea back then. So he had the best guys for hiding it. So the Germans, they were just like, damn, the Danish are just so bad at handling cargo. Yes, we are. We are terrible. This is nothing to do with sabotage. Don't worry about it.
We just haven't figured it out yet. Yeah.
Yes. So he misplaced a lot of cargo and all that stuff. And there's two examples that I got from my my grandmother, his daughter, and that was on one incident where he was actually getting called into the Gestapo office because they were onto him, and because it was around what's it called, tea time. It was around tea time, and tea time used to be a really big thing back then. So he just didn't go, and he sent them a message saying that he was home for tea, so he couldn't make it. Which
did they accept that? That sounds like something they could overrule.
Yeah, that's the thing. They actually just accepted and was like, fucking Danes, man, they're weird. So he didn't meet up. He said that I was home for tea, so I couldn't make it. And then they were just kind of like, huh, okay then.
Okay.
And so that was one of the strikes. Another strike that was a little closer. There was one of the officers that were, the German officers were trying to take him in. And then he got confronted by his superior officer, who stopped him, even had him replaced back to Germany. And this is the interesting bit, because the superior officer was apparently on to my great-granddad. He knew he was doing stuff. He didn't know necessarily how the extent of it, but he was absolutely covering for my great-granddad. Was my grandmother's experience. And maybe it just comes from the fact that they were talking really well together. They were both dads with kids at home, right? And the idea was, again, that a lot of German soldiers, they weren't really, didn't necessarily believe in the Nazi regime. And they connected with the Danish people and stuff like that. So they were actually, of course it was terrible during the German occupation, but it could have been a lot worse. It's not it's incomparable to the German occupation of Poland, for instance. That was absolutely atrocious. So there was absolutely something going on there where there was a kind of, it's the whole thing with, again, to find the person in your foe, right? Because if he knew that my great-granddad was a resistance fighter, then they were foes, right? And they chose to befriend each other, to see the best in each other, to acknowledge that I'm a soldier and you're a resistance fighter, but it doesn't need to mean anything, and that you can actually believe that you're sort of still fighting the same fight. Not that I think that this soldier didn't fight for Germany, but I still think that he was fighting for people, right? He was seeing the person instead of seeing somebody who deserved to die just because he was resisting their occupation, right? So it's the whole trying to see the people instead of just shooting your enemy.
Yeah.
Because you can find friends and allies in the strangest of places, and sometimes you can find them in your foes, and that's also something that you will find in Arcadia Fallen 2. That it's really important to think about when you make enemies of somebody, because even your enemy doesn't need to be an enemy. I also actually had an uncle who was a police officer a great-grand-uncle who was a police officer back then, who was arrested and put into a Gestapo jail. That was kind of terrible. People thought he was gonna die for a really long time. He somehow survived. But that's a more cruel story that I'm not gonna get too much into. They're also interesting that my great-granddad, who worked at the train place, two of his two older sons, they were also resistance fighters, and they didn't even know. The two sons knew they were resistance fighters, the both of them, because they were in the same department in Aarhus.
Oh, but they didn't tell their family.
No, their dad didn't know that his two sons were resistance fighters, and the two sons didn't know that their dad was a resistance fighter. They were working in two completely different places, doing completely different things. So it wasn't until after the war that they realized that they had both groups had been involved in resisting, which was also just such a crazy thing, right? Because it was so covert to be a resistance fighter that your family didn't even know about it.
Yeah. Yeah, so crazy. I'm sitting here, I'm trying to find an image I can't find of a matchbox, 10 sticker, like, is that called a matchbox?
Yeah, it is. Or a tinderbox.
Or tinderbox, yeah. So my grandmother used to have like this tinderbox, but where it was printed on the outside, like, use these to sabotage German occupation. So, but yeah. Can't
start a fire somewhere, yes.
Yeah. Rapieng is saying this is great background music for storytelling. I think you're a great storyteller. So
Thank you.
So from looking at the game beforehand, I thought it would be much more cheerful in a sense, just from like the art style of it. And now we're getting into you're telling there's actually a lot of very deep.
Yeah, I'm sort of soft spoiling a lot of things, but that's because I
Well,
mentioned
it's great
earlier how the
advertising.
first game, that's about crossroads. It's about people being in a situation in their lives where they're stuck on some ultimatum that there's no wrong answer to the ultimatum. It's about finding what's the right path for you. And we thought that was really clever, still think to this day. Because it's a very good way of introducing the player character to different ultimatums. And then instead of doing like people often do with the trolley problem, they have a scene, there's an ultimatum, you make your choice, and now it's over. We have these 4 characters throughout the game who are trying to figure out this very profound issue where it's difficult to find the right answer. You need to find what's the right answer for you. And that allowed us to really stretch the time that the player gets to interact with these issues. So if there's a player who has had a similar ultimatum in their life, or is sitting on one right now, or when they might get faced with something, they would have had more time to get to know, get a feeling of the 2 different choices that you can make in such a situation. So in the second game, we went away from crossroads, and instead, I want to say that we focused on trauma. So it's a lot less about being in a situation in your life where you're dealing with a crossroad, because in order to get there, you already need to have experienced a lot of things, or at least some things. While we put it in a school setting, because we wanted to go from people getting the first chip on their shoulder, people for the first time realizing that the world is a lot bigger, a lot more complex than who gets the best grades.
So
Right.
just for reference, like this, the second game, it seems to be like a little bit of a high school age. What was the first game?
It's actually around the same age,
Okay.
honestly, because the second game is a bit more leaning on, I want to say university age, so you're a bit older than high school, probably. I mean, we've left it intentionally a little bit vague, so people they can fill in with the ages that they think are appropriate for the kind of story that they want to have. So it can be a bit more university age, or it can be a bit more high school age. It both fits within the context, and we're not gonna tell you which one is right, because it's whatever is right for you. But it's a lot more about being this sense of, as long as you're still in the school system, things are easier. Things are, you don't need to have your whole life figured out yet. You're still just figuring out how to get good grades. Who do you take for prom? Things like that. It doesn't have that much stakes in them necessarily, or at least it feels like they're big stakes, right? If you're somebody who's trying to get straight A's because you need straight A's in order to get into a particular study when you're done with high school, then it's gonna feel like your entire life is over if you can't do that. So it's gonna feel like it's a very important thing, and of course it can be very important. But the whole idea is that you have all of these people who are very, in different ways, either intensely focused on their studies or intensely focused on something else. You have Puck, who is intensely focused on making the first flying airship. That's what they're dedicating their time and resources to. They don't really care about school. They just get the grades that they need to get. They just need to pass. That's all they care about, because everything beyond that is a waste of time. That is time that they could spend trying to create the first flying airship. So it's not people who necessarily obsessed with school, but it's these more, I want to say, childish dreams in a sense, right? There's something inherently pure about just wanting to fly, right? I just want to fly. I want to make the first flying airship. And you have Soren, who is also not super interested in grades, but he's really into music, and you get into, you met him. He made the he was the one with the radio in the beginning of the game. And he wants to make a much better system for transferring radio signals, so that you can get broadcasts from the city out into the rural parts of the world, where also the academy is sitting, because he wants music and all kinds of culture to be something that everybody can have and experience. But that's also very much a very maybe not childish dream, but it's a very pure, very simple dream. He loves music, and he wants to share music with the world. That's a lovely dream. But the thing is that once you get a bit further into the game, I was actually a reviewer from the Xbox Hub who just a few days ago wrote that he thought he was playing a game that was sort of the fantasy equivalent to The Breakfast Club, and then suddenly he's playing a game that's more like Red Dawn or How to Blow Up a Pipeline. And that's sort of where we are taking things. We're deliberately trying to create this very very safe school environment to begin with, where people, they can explore, they can be children. And then the idea is that then shit hits the fan, and suddenly these children needs to grow up very fast, and they need to figure out what they can do in this situation. And the thing is that your companions and the player will really fast figure out that all the things that they have been taught up until now, that is actually their superpowers. That is what they can use against fascism, to fight tyranny. That is, the power was within them all along, right? The idea is that we all have the strength within us to fight against tyranny. We just need to find it. So
yeah, I'm curious what the character that I play is gonna have, because so far I think the only real strong characteristic I've had is that I fall asleep. Do you know that the disease where you fall asleep from time to time?
Yes. What? I can't remember it, but yeah, that one.
Yeah.
But you already had one critical choice if you're in the cleaning area, or you're getting into, you just went through the bookcase. So you had you talked with Soren and Nina after you woke up, and there you chose why you fell asleep, which is whether you were studious or whether you were unbound. And those are one of the choices that are gonna have a bit of an effect on how your character is, because it's one of these interesting things. A lot of choices in games. Almost every choice you make in a game is what we call action choices. It is choices that have something to do with what you want to do right now. And sometimes the choice can be whether you're able to make a choice is whether you're actually capable of doing it. And that can sometimes come down to skill from the player. Can you actually defeat this challenge? That is also sometimes the choice. How do you go through a challenge? Do you go through it or do you go around it? Right. So that's also an action choice. This is a personality choice, we like to call these. And one of them is that it's about your motivation. It is not about what you do. You fell asleep. You can choose whether you fell asleep or not. You did. But it's why did you fall asleep? And really it's something more, because the game starts 7 years before the actual game plays out. So you have this
there was that
one
kind of
scene.
introduction where we were in the car towards the Mage Academy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the scene that takes that happens around the ending of the first game. and then your character, your friendship with Nina and so on, they mature immediately into 7 years into the future. And the thing is that this choice is also a choice where you sort of tell who you were growing up in that time. So it's also a choice of who your character has been the whole time. So you're gonna have these choices throughout the game every now and then, where you're telling, where you get a choice of who your character has been all along. Not just necessarily now. You also get to have those where it's different personality choices where you get to change, because it's something we were really inspired by this for the first game. Similar choices appear in that game, and we were actually inspired by Skyrim of all things. But the thing that they will realize in Skyrim is that you're probably not playing as a child. You're probably playing as an adult. You're certainly capable, and you get to create your own character, and that is an adult. But everything that character were up until the point that the character is taken over by the player doesn't matter. That person didn't exist. They didn't exist up until the point that you take control of the character. And we thought it was interesting to say that, but what if you were, the character did actually do things before they were taken over by the player, and you as the player get to have choices and impact that influence this. I want to say that's more reminiscent of what Baldur's Gate 3 actually did. There's a lot of choices you get there that actually has the same kind of idea, where you're expressing something where you're actually expressing things that give a context to how you imagine that your character grew up, rather than just who they are right now. And I think that's great to have these choices that retroactively sort of build on your background of your character. But it wasn't it's still hardly a thing, but I just wanted to say that Baldur's Gate is very good at making very similar choices, where some of your choices is less about what you're doing now and more about giving their player an opportunity to express how they felt their character were way before they actually even took control of the character. And I think that's really powerful.
It's a powerful move, and it's also one that's kind of hard to do in games. You can more easily do it in a book, where you can more easily do a flashback, and perhaps also in movies, but in games I think it's actually more difficult. So that way, to make a choice that just reflects their backstory, that's really a cool way to go about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that it's difficult to do in a game. It's a lot easier to do in other media, also because it's not a character that's controlled by the player. Anyway, you were going to say something.
Raping said thank you for the wartime stories and the insights there. Drowsy Wolf is also saying Unbound is a big mood. I'm kind of wondering now that already an hour into the game, you say that we're making a choice that is gonna affect the game quite a lot. How much is will we be able to start the game over and play a whole different game, or is it mostly going in the same direction when we?
Yeah, I think that's because there's a lot of people who, when they play this kind of games, they expect very branching, different endings. And this is honestly not really that kind of game. It's a lot more, it's about the journey. Yeah. It's
also super difficult if you want to make every choice have a big impact on the game that just escalates. And then you end up making a game where people only experience a tenth of it.
And how about when we get to the third game? What is going to be canon? That's always difficult. If you have very diverse endings that would have
keep the same characters,
stuff like that, and keep the same world, and maybe not fast forward 7 years, and also change the geography completely to somewhere else. What if you want to maybe take off for something that's more reminiscent of where you started or where you ended in the second game to where you started in the third game? The closer geographically or time-wise they get to each other, it becomes more and more difficult to make very fast diverging endings, because that's just gonna explode the world going forward. If you want to acknowledge all the endings, and I would rather have that the endings are closer to each other and that we can acknowledge all of them, instead of having vast expansive ones and then saying, oh, but it's only this one that's canon. Because we need to pick one. So
then it also sounds like you're planning on making another game. Like we talked about that book, was it Sacred Hearts? But
Shackled.
Shackled Hearts. Are you considering making an Arcadia Fallen 3? Or is that too early to say?
Oh no, we are absolutely considering it. We're already working on it a little bit. It's
cool.
It's games like these take a long time to make, and honestly, they take a lot of pre-production time. Mid-issue was already, so by the time the first game came out, she was already on the second game and working on it. Simply because that's how game development is. You can't keep writing on the game right up until release, because I, as the programmer, need to make sure that everything gets into the game and it works and all that stuff. So I actually need some time, maybe a month or two, just for me, where there's not gonna be a lot of other moving parts, because making sure that everything plays and there's no crashing bugs or whatever, it's gonna be a lot easier if there's not a lot of things that I don't have any control over changing all the time. The content creators, the artists, the musicians, all that stuff, not YouTubers. People who
the content creators in that sense, they have to be done beforehand.
A bit earlier, yes, exactly. And you usually say, I think for most people, they say the content freeze is 2 months before the release. Some people do it closer, usually not less than a month. And that means that they need to do other stuff.
And sometimes it's way before that, right? Sometimes you finish the content half a year before, and then you go work on the next chapter or the expansion or whatever.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That also happens, yes. And because you have these asynchronous processes of people who are... because again, a game is being written way before it's being actually finalized into development, because you need to understand what the story is even going to be before you can start to build the stage for it. So yeah, Meta, she went into writing the second game even before the first game was out, and it's sort of the same idea this time. We've been dabbling a little bit in what the third game is going to be about. We're not entirely sure yet. There's a lot of moving parts, and in a game like this, because it's so expansive, it takes it's a big game with a lot of choices. There's literally thousands of choices in the game, and you need to figure out all your characters in the game, what their bit is, and making sure that they get the scene time that they need in order to feel fully fleshed out. And we have some idea of a few characters that's gonna appear in the third installment, and we have some idea of where we generally want things to go. But in order for all those paths to work in parallel, work together, and not just become, because I think that's one of the strengths of the Arcadia Fallen series, is that your companions, they're not sidelined. It's not just a tacked on storyline. They're woven directly into the main story. So everything is sort of woven together and very closely knit, which creates for a game where it feels like everybody has a stake in what's going on. But that's also very difficult to write, because you need to have a very conclusive idea of how to make all these things play together. Let's say it like this: if we had a very good idea of where we wanted the story to be, then the only way that we could settle on this early in production would be if everything else had to give away for the main story. So if we had issues trying to get a character to fit into a particular part of the story, then the character would need to give away, right? So that would hurt that particular character. Their arc would be worse, their character wouldn't feel as they had as much agency as maybe they should have, because their arc was less important than the overall plot of the story. And we don't do that. A lot of people do that. I think it's very sensible to do, because that allows you to get a really good idea of where you're going from and where you want to go early on. But we take a lot of time in pre-production. Meta gets a lot of time to really figure out who the characters are, how they interact with each other, and then and actually I want to say it's almost the other way around. And the plot has to give. If she had an idea that let's take the second game, that it was going to be in a magical school. I think we had that idea pretty early on. And then it was about finding students. But if she suddenly figured out that the magical school sucks for this kind of narrative and for these characters actually, then we might just move it to a completely different location, right? The main plot is less important than the characters. The characters are the absolute most important. And that means that
and why do you think that is? I think that's an interesting take. So why do you think?
It's very important for us.
Do you think it's for all games, or like for your game specifically, or for this genre?
I think it's kind of unique to our game. Not that other people don't do it, but my idea. So how you usually make games, even visual novels, so it's also something that you will see in this genre, is that you have some kind of vision holder, and they usually plot out the main plot, and then that is the umbrella narrative that is gonna connect everything, and that takes precedence, and everything has to fill out within the umbrella. So there's no reason to introduce a character who doesn't, add something to the plot, and that's completely sensible. But let's say we talked about Skyrim, for instance. That has some kind of umbrella plot that I'm not going to get into, but there's a plot in Skyrim. That's something you're supposed to do. But then you also have all the different factions, the Brotherhood, Thief Guild, Mage Academy, Mage Sorceries Academy. I can't remember what it's called.
And the assassins, they were always guilds, right? So it was the Assassins Guild and the Warriors Guild.
Oh, that one's called the Brotherhood, but yeah, I can't. But it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah,
there's these different factions, and they fill out the world, but they don't actually really add anything to the plot, like basically at all. Right? There's the civil war going on, or the empire against the Viking time.
I actually found that to be quite bad. It was sort of like anti-design, because you end up as the player, like they introduce like this main plot. Oh, it's super important, but then you end up spending your time on a whole different kind of story arc or sideline.
It can feel incredibly detached. It's so weird that you can become basically the leader of the Thieves Guild or Brotherhood, and then when you feel like it,
then you return to beat the dragon.
Yep, and it also just feels weird because you've raised to the highest ranks of the Thieves Guild. You are a legendary thief, and then you go to the mage stuff, and they don't even know who the fuck you are. Right? It feels a bit detached, and that's the thing. Often when you create these big plots and you have a lot of side stories, they become very sidelined by each other. And that's because that's a lot more scalable. And oftentimes, it's written by different people. So the Brotherhood storyline is written by one author. The great plot of the whole thing is written by the lead vision holder and usually the narrative designer. And then you have things like the Thief Guild, who is written by a third person, and then the magic stuff by a fourth person, and the things with the werewolves by a fifth person. Right? So you end up having a lot of authors that are working in the same kitchen, but they're sort of working on each their different dish, and then you're putting it together as a buffet. And it's not a bad buffet. but it's not, you know, really designed well together as a course, right? It's not a course; it's a buffet.
Do you remember back in school times when you would go to these gatherings in the evening where all the kids come and all their parents come, and then they all bring a dish for the buffet?
Yeah, it feels a bit like that, right?
Yes, it was always very
good,
nice, but you're so right that it was also a little bit schizophrenic, right? Then you have
it really is, and it also comes down to scale, because they need to make these incredibly big games in record time, right? Because of budgets and stuff like that, and there are so many words that need to be written that you can't possibly have one person writing all of them. So it has a lot to do with scalability, that people do it like this, and people do it a lot like this, and because of this, you usually have this trunk that is the main plot, and then everything is sort of sprouting up around it, where you see the same in visual novels. Visual novels do it a little bit differently because it's not open world in the same sense, but often there's different romance routes, or at least, you know, routes linked to particular people. You have different distinct characters that you get to spend time with, and I wouldn't say more often than not, but it happens a lot that the different routes or the different characters are also written by different people, which also makes it a little bit schizophrenic. I mean, if you're gonna scale it, it makes sense to do it there, right? Because it means that the different characters are gonna be cohesive, because they've been written by the same person throughout. But it also means that how the different branches, or how the different storylines with the different characters they weave together, it's gonna be a bit I think you said schizophrenic, right? It's gonna be it's gonna feel, you're gonna feel that one path is written by another person, because they don't really tie that much into each other in the end. And I think that what they also do often in visual novels, the characters come first. I mean, absolutely. That's not unique to us. That's very visual novel-y, that the main plot is mostly there as rails for you to interact with people. I want to say that one of the major differences that we do differently there is that a lot of visual novels, they're very Japanese inspired. And they have a very particular way of doing narratives. We often talk about JRPGs and Western RPGs. And our story is more inspired by Western RPGs, and that's things like Baldur's Gate or Skyrim, or even if we go beyond games, it can be things like The Lord of the Rings, right? And that's a very particular kind of narrative structure or feel to it, where the plot is more important usually. And we tried to make, because we wanted it to be about the characters. It absolutely is about the characters, and if anything has to give, it's going to be the plot. So that's very traditional visual novel, honestly, but it's not very traditional Western RPG, as you can hear. Skyrim, any of the subplots will absolutely have to give away for the trunk that is the main plot. But we're sort of doing a mix between them, because we have a very strong plot within the game as the rails for these character interactions to take place, because we felt that a lot of visual novels, there's not really much of a backdrop. It's sort of like you have all of these different paths with different interesting, cool characters that you want to romance or spend time with. And it's not that they aren't exciting. I almost want to call it's like a car chase, right? It's a really cool car chase, but you're not really sure why you're doing the car chase, right? It's like, but why are we doing this? It's not really important. It's just a really cool car chase. And I mean, okay, that's completely fine. But we wanted the car chase to make sense. We wanted the car chase to happen within a plot. And then how you wanted to do that particular car chase, who you're romancing, and if you're romancing anybody, and who you want to spend time with, and all that. How you choose to romance people is also something that we care very much about. That is also kind of unique to Arcadia Fallen. But that comes down to that a lot of visual novels, because it's so choice-driven, choice sort of becomes the gameplay. And by gameplay, I mean, it becomes a maze. Right? You need to find the right way through the maze to get the good ending. And it can be a good ending within the plot, or it can be the good ending with your romantic relationship, right? So if you want to get the good ending, you need to make the right choices, and that often comes down to some level of pandering or saying what they want to hear in necessarily what you want to say, and that becomes detrimental to the player's agency and their self-expression. And we have been very deliberate in saying that we do not want the choices to become a maze where people start to metagame, as you say. You start to think outside the scene in order to try and figure out what the author wants you to say in order to progress the story where you want it to be. So because you create sort of a skill gap, sort of a skill challenge, where then can you find the right way through this maze? But then you also sort of you ruin people's ability to immerse themselves in the story as a world that you can live in, because suddenly it becomes this maze that they need to find. And what I really dislike about it really is that you pit the player against the author, because it's sort of a challenge. Can you say the choices I want you to pick in order to get where you want to get, right? So suddenly you end up in a situation where you actually you're arms wrestling with the author, and I don't want there to be a competition between the author and the player. I want it to be a collaboration between the author and the player.
It's a difficult thing to master, though. Like I remember from the first, was it Swords and Sorcery or something? But one of those books where you can choose your path.
Yeah.
Then I remember reading one of those in school, and I was getting up to a point where I meet two guards at a place, and they sort of ask me why I think I'm allowed to go through the gate, and I answer something, and they attack me. And then I'm why are you attacking me? We were just speaking. But I've seen this in a couple of different ones, and I think I also mentioned Mass Effect. I think it was before you joined, where they sort of became a little bit known for miscommunicating. Actually, let me just highlight these choices. Ones.
Yeah.
For these ones, so let's actually look at the screen. For here, I have some options. Where are we? And you put scared on it, like great, deadpan, everyone all right, concerned. And I think that's a really good choice to have those, because it's so easy to have like a few set of words that can be interpreted in many different ways, and it's really difficult. Every player you have is gonna interpret things in their own way and think differently. So
yeah, we have the classic. We talked about gaming culture. We also have the what is it? Press X for doubt, right? From or L.A. Noire, where you could sort of interrogating people, and then doubt. You never know if it's like, just being like, I don't trust what you're saying, or you're suddenly gonna say, I think you're fucking Hitler, right? Because you're just showing doubt, and you don't really know the tone or how it's gonna kind of come across. You don't know the intention behind it. You just know sort of what the words are. And I feel like it's very interesting, because then you have games that don't really show you the intention, they show the words. And then you have things like Fallout 4, where everything is a single word. So you can pick sarcastic, and it's like, okay, but what am I being sarcastic about? Right? So we sort of went with, but why do you need to pick either? So we started to use these tone labels, as we call them, because it was our way of solving the exact challenge that you're talking about.
Drowsy is also now writing, I've had so often in a game, I thought I was making a choice that would be friendly, but then I only end up being rude instead.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you happen to have that in Arcadia Fallen, Drowsy? What has your experience been here? And have you actually? I think you have completed Arcadia Fallen 2. I think you said it took you a little more than 12 hours.
Yeah, so we introduced tone labels so that you have an idea of what you're saying and the intention behind it.
Did you have
And-
those in the first game?
Yes, yes, that was our first time trying it.
You're also color grading them, right? So it seems like when you're a little bit aggressive, they are red, and then
Yes, there are some that are
I think
just,
diplomatic was
just
kind of
generally grouped in a sense.
Yeah.
You get a feeling of it once you start playing the game, and it's all just to help the player get a really good feeling of what they're saying. One of the things that we really wanted to achieve already in the first game was that there's a lot of games like this where people they quick save before every choice.
Oh yes.
Because
I hate when you have that
so-
opportunity. Like if you shouldn't have. What happens?
Yeah,
actually if
we
I
actually
click?
removed it exactly because we didn't want people to feel inclined or feel like that was how it's supposed to be played.
It looks like I can
because-
save here, right? Or what?
Yes, you can't quick save. You can save. You can save everywhere. That's just the quality of life. But we didn't create a quick save button because we felt that that would give people the idea that they were supposed to play it. It's such an interesting thing because when you design a game, you're not just designing your game in a vacuum. You're designing it with expectations of how players are going to play it from their gaming history. So if you know people have an intuition that they're going to have to quick save before every choice, and you give them the opportunity to quick save before every choice, they're probably going to do it. And if that's not the experience that you wanted to create, we wanted to create the very different. We wanted to make a game where you trusted the author so well, and the author was so good at presenting you with the options that you understood them, that you felt like you could take them and never have to look back. So you could play the entire game without loading a single time, and you would still feel like you didn't pick a wrong choice at any time. Then it's a really good idea to just take that tool away from them, because it will make it easier for them to play it the way that you want them to play it, which is we do not want people to reload all the time, because when people they reload, it's gonna ruin their immersion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's an example of you shouldn't just add every kind of feature. It's
That's also
it
one
can
of the
be,
things I've seen in many of the grievances people have with the game, and I'm so sorry, I understand it, but also we can't give it, is the whole, there's people who are asking for, in both games, for the ability to only skip text that they have already seen before. And there's a few reasons for that we can't do it. One of them is sort of technical, and that is the fact that compared to many visual novels that allow this, they're usually more kinetic. There's a lot more time between choices that you make. And there's also fewer choices with greater impact on a given scene, that you almost get very different scenes or outcomes depending on your choices, and then you just have a lot fewer of them. But because we have thousands of choices, it's just very difficult to track without the save files becoming absolutely tremendously big. But the other thing is also that we don't actually want people to play it that way, because the reason people feel inclined to play like that is that they're approaching the game sort of like a sticker book, I want to say. And some of the visual novels, they have basically sticker books in them with all the CGs you can find. And don't get me wrong, I think that's fantastic. Absolutely do those things. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just that we want people to play our game a little differently. And that is to instead of trying to find all the things in the game that is a little different, I want to be a very completionist about the narrative in the game. Just be comfortable with finding the path that is right for you. And then don't worry about trying to find all the little changes that are there. Of course, replay the game, make some different major choices, or romance a different person and have another profound experience. But the whole skipping huge sections of the game just to give all the small tidbits that are a little different, that's just not how I feel like the game should be played. It's not how it's intended to be played. The games who present you with the ability to do that is because their games were designed to be played that way. So again, I understand the grievances, but I also think it would be detrimental to give it to the player. It's sort of like, I can see the quality of life in giving people the opportunity to quick save, even in a game like this. The issue is that once you give it to people, they will be more inclined to play it in a way that is actually detrimental to the experience.
Yeah. It's a difficult thing. I see it also with maps for many games, where if there isn't a map in the game, and maps are very common in games now, right? So people almost have an expectation that there is a map. But if there is a map, you sort of play the game differently, because it's much more easy to play it as objectives. And if there isn't a map, you need to be inside the world. You can't abstract it to a 2D representation of the world. So you need to be in the world and orient yourself. And I really like that, but I see some games are trying to make it without a map, and then, okay, people are asking for a map, we'll give it to them. But I actually really like the standpoint of saying there isn't a map in this game. You have to find your way.
It's one of my biggest grievances with Skyrim compared to Morrowind, honestly. Those are Oblivion is sort of in between, but you have this compass that shows you all the things that are in the horizon and close to you. So you it's very difficult for you to miss anything, because everything is getting highlighted for you even before you can see it. And while it is good for getting to experience every little nook and cranny of the world, it also just means that your experience of the world is going to be a lot less organic. The time where where Morrowind went from being a great game to an absolutely amazing game for me was when I stumbled upon a vampire cave, or a cave full of vampires, completely incidentally, by going a path I had been going a lot of times, from between Belruna, I think, is one of the central towns, and then another town. But this time I decided to turn around, and then a hill I had just always been jumping over actually had, like a cave in it. I was like, huh.
You'd never
and I went
back,
down there.
You were always just running past it.
Yeah, I was just running right over it. It was just a hill, right, that I was jumping over. I went up the hill, jumped down. It was on my path, and then one day I decided to turn around there for some reason, and I found out, wait, there's grievance here I can go into. And then I found this little group of vampires who were then fought, and then I didn't realize at the time, but then the next time I slept, I had attracted vampirism from them. And I was like, what is going on? And I had all these, I was vulnerable to fire and couldn't walk in sunlight and all those lovely little emergent narrative things. And then I went on, because the game has these books in it that you can find all places, that it was just sort of like, I just kept a volume of everything because I was apparently collecting them in my own little library for my own, the sake of my own whatever. I like collecting things. Yeah. And then I was like, oh wait, I have something that's something to do with the vampires of wherever, I can't remember the exact name. And then I was looking in these books, actually in-game reading the books, to try and find the things about about vampirism and the curse that I had befallen my character.
Was this a time before you could just easily Google everything in the game?
You could probably go online. The internet was very new back then. I didn't have internet at home, but I could probably have gone to the library if I really wanted to. But I didn't want to do it.
That was also such a cool time like for games, right? Because you had to
is
then
a whole
use the
different
books
time,
in the game.
But the most amazing thing was that they were so deliberately in how they did this. Because I had Volume 1 and Volume 3, which are relatively common in the world. And that meant that I could look at those two books and be like, where's number 2? Where is number 2?
Yes.
So I went around trying to figure out if I could find volume number 2, because maybe that held the information I had. and it became very obvious to me that that was a very rare book. But also something that I knew was that there was a very particular bookstore in Vivek which had rare books, and I couldn't just go into what was it? Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure that was where I found the second volume. And I bought the book, I read the book, and the book talked about something about a cure for it, a potential cure. I can't remember the exact wording, but it led me on a journey where I had to use the things in the book to find a particular place on the main island that led me to a Daedric shrine where that particular deity told me how I could rid myself of the curse. And then I was suddenly on a quest to find not just the particular vampires. There's apparently different versions of vampirism depending on which clan you got infected by. And you need to find the main hideout for the particular clan. So I needed to figure out what clan I belonged to in order to find the particular clan that I need to find, and then there's a whole quest that evolves from there. But this was when I was like, this game is fucking fantastic. The fact that just by complete incident, by running a path that I've been taking so many times, by turning around and looking in it in a different light, I found something that escalated into me scouring the earth for a very particular book that I knew existed because I had found volume 1 and 3. So just the way that they had been putting up breadcrumbs for this was absolutely such great narrative design. And the way that the domino bricks just started to fall once you got into it was just so meticulously designed. And the only way it was so impactful as it were was because I didn't have a compass that told me, by the way, there's a vampire enclave right here. Because it wouldn't have been the same thing if I had just been able to go around and, sniff everything out before I could even see them. I had to use my eyes. I had to use my sense of direction, my sense of wonder to find out these things. And the game was well enough designed to make sure that I could find the answers for the questions I had if I just started looking.
Yeah, that is super cool. I really, really like that. Also, it probably never was. Did it pop up as a quest line, like in your quest log?
I think if you got very far, I think when you got to the Daedric deity, I think it popped up, but not until then. Not until then.
I also like those kind of because it becomes your own your own agency. It becomes your own quest line. You chose to go on this quest. You weren't given the quest, and you're just completing it because you're given the quest. Yeah, like you chose to do it.
You have so much volition in that game compared to later Elder Scrolls game. And I'm not going to say that it's a better game. Absolutely not. Skyrim is absolutely fantastic in so many other ways. But where it falls short is the emergent narrative. It is the narrative that you make for yourself using the tools you have at hand. Because again, as we talked about earlier, when you go into your character and take control of it, everything that character was before then doesn't even matter. It's never going to come up. It's never going to exist. If they might as well just have been isekai'd into that world right then and there, and not have been before.
Yeah, but I think as gamers we're sort of just used to that by now, right? You have
exactly,
a character,
we're used to it
your
by
character,
now.
Your character doesn't have a family. They almost never do, right? They're just there,
and it's fine sometimes, right? There's no reason to use a lot of time on things that doesn't matter within the plot. But I also think it's detrimental sometimes. And I think in terms of Skyrim, I don't even think that this was necessarily detrimental, again, because who you were before didn't really matter. But the thing that we talked about that I think does matter is how you have all these pockets like the Brotherhood and the Thief's Guild where you can raise in rank and be an absolutely god, basically, the leader of this place. And then everybody else still knows fuck all about who you are. Actually, the biggest grievance I have with Skyrim, and this is going to be such a silly grievance, but it just tells about the narrative direction and how it changed. So I'm going to make two comparisons to two different things that happened, one in Morrowind, one in Skyrim.
Yeah.
In Morrowind, I was... you're walking around a lot, and you're walking on roads. And there was at some point where I walked past a person, and he said, "Yeah, keep going." And I turned to him and was like, "I think I can take you on." Right? Because, okay, okay, you're gonna pick a fight with me. And that was a hard-fought fight, because it was a person. If there's a character who is able to talk, if it is a person who has lived to adulthood, they have been able to fight their way to adulthood. You do not find a person who is not a peasant in that game, who cannot fight for themselves, which means that you as a player is gonna be in for a fight with any fight you pick beyond maybe a farmer, something like that, right? If it's a guard, if it's another traveling adventurer, whoever it is, if you find somebody on a road who is picking a fight with you, or even just standing around, that is gonna be a fight. That is not going to be easy. Not unless, of course, you are very late in the game and you are basically a god at that point. But for most of the game, it is going to be a hard-fought fight. And the only fights that aren't hard-fought, there's a lot of easy fights. It's always with critters, animals, spawns. It's all just, I want to say, non-intelligent creatures. Beings. Those can be easy fights. They're very deliberate in deciding that if this is a person, it's going to be a hard fight. If it's not a person, it's probably not going to be a hard fight. That's how they distinguish. Because the world feels like people, they are able to preserve themselves. So if somebody is saying, "Yeah, keep going," it is somebody who thinks they can take you. And they might even be able to. I honestly cannot remember if I've won that fight. I think I might have lost it. I think it just absolutely tore me to pieces. Because I thought I was a big shark, but it turned out that person was a way bigger shark than I was. And that's my experience playing Morrowind. Then comes your experience playing Skyrim, where I had these two following examples. One of them, my biggest grievance, is you run into bandits, who is just one character, spawned out of nowhere as a random event, who comes charging at you while you're out walking and tries to kill you. And they're always weak. You just fucking murder the person, because it's like, where the fuck did this person come from? And the thing is that they came from nowhere. They just spawned in as an event that happened. And they apparently had no self-preservation whatsoever. They were basically an animal, right? In terms of in intelligence. Yeah, the behavior. You have a person who completely unprovoked runs up and tries to kill the player, no matter how powerful the player is. And you're supposed to win, right? It's not even supposed to be a fight. You're supposed to win it. So suddenly they come from an ideology about every person who is a person is a hard-fought fight, to now we're just spawning in people to get thrown into the meat grinder that is the player.
So they can get a little bit of XP and a little bit of gold.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? And then it just takes away from the emergent experience, because suddenly a lot of the characters in the world just don't feel like people anymore. They start feeling like just quick-time events, or random events, random encounters. I profoundly remember getting very late to the town on the very west. There's a big city built into the mountain on the west. And there's a big conspiracy plot there that the player, of course, gets drawn into. But I was really late at getting there, so I was running around in full dragon armor at the time. And you have this guard who is like, a corrupt dipshit. And he comes up to you, and he's very provocative, right? And it's like, dude, have you seen my outfit? Do you think this is a cosplay? I am running around in dragon bones, a creature you until recently thought was a myth. and you think that you can talk shit to me? It was so profoundly bad for the immersion. I remember hitting him just because I was frustrated with how, on rails and how little it actually considered how I looked. And I remember he blocked my attack and died from it. Because I was so late in the game, right? You can see the block and he just gets torn to pieces and dies, despite not even being directly hit. And it's just like, okay, so what was this whole big guy thing? And it's just so profoundly bad, I feel, for the immersion. Because also in Morrowind, there's a very particular artifact you can get. And I'm not going to go too much into it, but it's also it reflects very differently to this particular situation. Because there's a whole prophecy of the Empire being thrown out by a champion with some name, who bears a very particular sigil by one of the gods, a sewer. And there is a way in the game where you can end up having that sigil because you have done work for a sewer. And if you wear that and you interact with a god, they will act very differently from if you're not wearing it. It goes from how, the gods can be very provocative, being like, yeah, fuck you, don't cause any trouble. If you wear that ring, they will be like, please don't do anything where I have to do something that might get me killed. So, so it's gonna turn from this very provocative to this incredibly, they're basically seeing you as the biggest spider on the web. They understand that sign that you're running around with, that means that you are probably that fits the prophecy of a person who will throw them all out. Right? It's like walking among your greatest nightmare is basically showing up. Yeah. A person who has been prophesied to kill you, basically. It's like Moses, right? Just suddenly walking up and being like, I will free my people. Yeah, maybe you do that, and I try to not get in your way then, right? And it has that reaction, and it was so profoundly empowering for my experience as a player. And it was the complete opposite with this very particular interaction in Skyrim.
Yeah.
And
I guess
as you can hear, we're very narrative nerds, and that's all these grievances, all these experiences, all these things that we have experienced is also something that has inspired how we write our games like Arcadia Fallen, and how the player gets to interact with the world, and that is very important for us that the world feels lived by the people who are in it.
Yeah, but I think like the grievances you're talking about here, there are more and more of them in a bigger and bigger game, especially like a open world game where the developer cannot know which path the player is going to take first.
Absolutely.
So they don't know, like, okay, so if you meet this guard in the beginning of the game, the guard can say that they can beat you because they're right in that. But you need the guard to say something, and if the guard has to have a reaction that can fit at every point in the game, no matter if you're level 1 or level 100. Like then you end up with a voice line that is not really impactful in any way, right? It's just neutral because it has to be so that it can fit at any point. So I think that's really difficult.
It absolutely is.
It would increase the...
I do not envy the people who had to try and fix this.
Yeah, or in a sense, I do. It's a good, like, it's great to be part of something so big, but it's probably also a pain.
Oh, and it's also fun because Philip Buck, who is the voice director on Arcadia Fallen 1 and 2, he also voice directed Skyrim and Oblivion.
Okay, nice. That's a big name you have on your...
fun to throw in there. That we're actually working on somebody who had a really big role in those games.
I was pulling up here if I could see like the credits screen, but I guess I can't while I'm in the game.
Nah, then you need to go out to to the title screen.
Mhm.
But it's not important. We have a lot of big names on the voice cast.
How many people have been making voices?
15 voice actors and then a voice director.
Okay, that's also pretty big. So when were you able to kind of like we talked a little bit about working part-time in the beginning on Arcadia Fallen. Was it successful enough, and then combined with your Kickstarter for Arcadia Fallen 2, were those successful enough that you've been able to work full-time on Arcadia Fallen?
Yeah, so we have actually, the two of us, Meta and me, we've been working full-time since 2019 or late 18. And yes, we've been able to live off of the project since then. And Jesper he has also come on full time late in the production of Arcadia Fallen 2. So we're 3 people full time now, and then we have Katie and Noah, who is helping with the story and graphics respectively. They're working part time. And then, of course, we have the voice actors who... that's basically what the Kickstarters... Both the Kickstarters, they have been for raising money that's gone directly into funding the voice acting for the game.
Oh, yeah. I saw, like, when I played before you joined, I chose a voice for my character, but I noticed that actually my character doesn't talk that much, and Drowsy said that that was something you had in your Kickstarter. If you got enough money, then you would have voice acted all the player lines as well.
Yeah, it's very... In the first game, we had more voice lines, actual voiced voice lines for the player. But for scalability reasons, we decided to move that time so we could get more lines with the other characters in the game. We thought that was more important with the budget that we had this time around.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if we are gonna do it the one or the other way around next time. We'll have to see.
Yeah. There's also like you can be more liberate with it with your player character, because I have my own voice, right? I don't have a voice for all the NPCs, so in a sense,
that's the thing.
It's more important
That's the thing.
It's also, I guess, it's important to create their character. Their voice will say a lot about who they are.
Yeah, it's also just that the player character is in all the scenes, so it's gonna eat up so much voice acting budget. And we wanted people to be able to spend more fully voiced time with the characters instead.
Yeah.
Anyway, I actually need to go for a moment. I don't know, maybe it's a bit of an abrupt way to end it, but maybe you can play for a little bit and then I'll be back in 5 minutes max.
Okay, you know what? Let's take a break, because I could also go for a toilet break.
Yeah, sounds great. So we'll be back in not too long.
Yeah. I'll just put on a timer here. It's a standard 5 timer I use, but it's not necessarily meaning that I'll be back in 5 minutes. Maybe I'll be back in 2.
Yeah, no worries. I'll say when I'm back, and then we can see when you're back.
Yeah,
see you in a bit.
See you. Alright, grabbed a glass of water and back. Let me remove the timer and maybe click around a bit. Let's see, anybody still here after the break, or did people... Oh, okay, there's still people hanging around. He's really good at stories. This... oh, are you here, Daniel?
Yes.
You're here. I was just kind of thinking maybe I should click through a little bit because we've been listening to the same music for 3 hours since you joined, and also I don't know if we should continue. Like we have been going for a while. I mean, I have the time. I always set off Monday for streaming, and then I just I work on some offline stuff in the meantime. For example, I need to set up a camera. Oh, people are saying they're still here. Okay, they're ready for more, if you are.
Well, I have a few more things I can touch upon. We talked about...
let me just click,
trust between...
yeah,
you can just
some new
I can also
music.
just wait for a second and figure out what I want to say.
We went through a magical bookcase. I'll ask, where are we?
Some kind of secret room. Oh, now that's a surprise. I didn't think anything this unregulated could exist under the professor's noses like this.
Didn't think anything this unregulated could exist. Okay.
Are we gonna be in trouble?
Oh, definitely.
I'm glad you like
If
the
we're
soundtrack,
caught,
Rosie. I'll make sure
that
to
is.
bring
It seems pretty
it along to
deserted,
Jesper.
though.
Yeah, so that was
What
Drowsy
was that?
saying they end up with a long playtime, but they just get lost listening.
It's such a challenge to make background music for a game like Arcadia Fallen, because it's supposed to be pleasant and have character, but it's not supposed to take away from what's actually going on, right? It's supposed to have character, but not too much character, right? So you've done it right if people don't notice the music too much.
Yeah. I'll say I don't like being here. I really don't like this. Can you see a way out somewhere? A door or anything?
It's too dark. Maybe if we let our eyes adjust a bit, we can see more.
Please, who has time for that?
I have a weird feeling.
Oh, and there's eyes above us.
Like we're being watched.
Drowsy saying you're just a bit of a music nerd at times, probably still from your days as a band kid in middle and high school.
You're just imagining things. Come on. We gotta see if we can find some light in this place.
Someone is running around behind us looking at us.
How are we going to do that when we can't see anything?
We'll just have to feel our way around. I bet there's a switch or something along the wall. Socks!
Are you okay, Pook?
I'm fine. But Paragon, there's a lot of junk in here.
The eyes still running around us.
Sheesh, that's gonna bruise.
What is all this stuff anyway?
Kim bends down and picks up an item.
Huh? It's a pen.
Oh, okay. So, oh, it's the Nisse, right? Nina was interviewing people about things they lost, including the professor who lost a pen, because there's maybe a Nisse running around. Isn't that Tornquist's? Wait a second. Isn't that the pen Tornquist was looking for during our lecture?
It's a little hard to see in the dark, but I think you might be right. How did it end up here?
Do you think this could be... I don't know. Tornquist's secret office or something?
I don't think so, Puck. Then she wouldn't have put us to clean up in the room.
She really isn't the type to leave her stuff lying on the floor like this.
Fair point.
I don't want to alarm you, but I know about the Nisse. Or maybe I should be a little bit more determined, saying that something is here. I think I will be. Something's here. Stay on your guard.
What? Where?
Keep is very jumpy. Something scurries across the floor. What? Romance? Why is romance an option here, Daniel?
Because you're... So it's a dark, confined place. It's not actually cramped, but it's still confined. That's a very good opportunity to make something that can be very romantic.
That's actually true. I saw a post on Reddit once where it was a question like, what is a romantic or intimate situation no matter what? And somebody said like a small dark space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's very true. Like darkness and closed, confined, that adds something intimate always.
Yeah, so actually I think this is one of your first opportunities, if not the first. I think it's the first opportunity to romance.
I think it is, yeah. We can dive for the Nisse. Should we do that? Jump on the Nisse. You rush forward to try and grab the shadow, but it ducks under your hands and disappears behind you.
What are you puny humans doing in my lair?
Okay, well, that's the Nisse, I think. Oh, yeah, Drowsy says maybe it's not romantic if you're claustrophobic. Yeah. I can scream, I can be angry and say, who's there? Or I can be apologetic. Well, I am sorry, Nisse, if we rushed into your home. Sorry, we didn't mean to intrude. Oh, it has... Wait, isn't that the cat I saw in the hallway? Something heavy latches onto your back and begins scaling you. Crawl, crawl. It settles on your shoulder like a giant claw, the voice in your ear grave and clear.
You have intruded upon this most sacred space.
Well, I was kind of clicking through this just so we could change the music, but now I don't know if it's gonna be a while.
I actually can't remember when it changes, but I think it changes soon, very soon.
Yeah, okay.
Then
I'll
you're
keep going.
Gonna have some lovely jazzy music, I believe.
Okay. We've intruded upon
Your
a sacred space.
punishment shall be severe indeed.
Oh no, I keep making mistakes, this guy. Oh, there we go. There's the new music. There's lights and a little bit of jazz. You all blink as light suddenly floods the room. I have... Oh, it's not the same cat. I was looking at an orange kind of cat earlier in the hallway. This is a blue one. Well, here's our new music. Is there something we should return to in our discussion of behind the scenes of the game?
So, well, I can pick up on Drowsy, who mentioned being in a band. I think that's fantastic. It's such a good way. It's one of the few ways where you can express yourself creatively as a group. So it's both a social experience and a creative experience, and it's you can play music that you love, or you can come up with your own stuff, and none of it has to be good, because it's usually a very transformative experience. That is something you do with some friends, and if you evolve from there, you can of course maybe become professional musicians, but you don't need to be. I often compare game development to playing an instrument or playing in a band when you're a small group, because it's also having the same small intimacy and trying to create something creative together. And then comes the big question of something I also talked about earlier with the whole whether you are creating a video game as a hobby or whether you're trying to make a professional game. That's also very similar to whether you're just playing as a band because you enjoy playing together, or whether you're trying to make something that you want to take on a huge stage someday.
I've heard,
so there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of talks about people who are making a game and then at some point realizing I need to stop making it for myself or at least I need to stop making it only for myself. I need to start taking into consideration the players. Who are my players? What do they enjoy? Because if you're making a game for yourself, it can be good, but it can also be the case that you simply don't have a player base, and well, then it's fine if you're making it for a hobby, but if you plan to make money on it, you have a problem.
Yeah, then you need to do it a little differently, and it's also one of the other things with in a band. Maybe you're good at playing together, or you're not so good at playing together, and you're just sort of doing your own different things together, and that's fine. That's kind of like the buffet that we talked about, right? If everybody brings their own thing, but it doesn't really play together, and that's also something that you really need to understand to do if you're making something professionally, because then you need to make sure that you're not just playing your own thing that you enjoy playing. You need to make sure that it fits with the rest of what's going on, so you actually make something that's cohesive and enjoyable for other people. And fun fact, Jesper, who is the sound designer on the game, we met each other because I joined his band, him and some other people, as a drummer back in high school. That was the first time we spent time together. And then when we started going to university, then we split up because we were studying in different places. And then I didn't see him for a few years, and then suddenly I just ran into him while I was waiting for a train some years later, where he was studying philosophy and I was studying to become a game developer. And then we just sort of resumed our friendship there. And then we started doing game jams together, and that eventually led into us starting a company together.
Nice. You never know which paths take you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a weird coincidence. But yeah, I wanted to. One thing I would like to talk a little more about is because it's a thing that I think it's not unique to Arcadia Fallen, but it's something that I think we uniquely put a lot of attention to. I think it's not something that a lot of people really do when they create their games, and that is the whole contract between the author and the player. And that's because a lot of game narratives, in particular in big productions, you will see that they're very inspired by movies. So they have the same Hollywood model in terms of how the story plays out. And I personally think that's a bit detrimental. That doesn't mean that it doesn't fit sometimes, but I think there's a lot of opportunities to do something that would be better. Because it seems like people there just emulating film narratives within games, and it's sometimes because they have film people writing the games. And just like how a movie should play differently from reading the book that might be the source material for a given movie, they can do different things because it's different media. Then you can say the same thing about the narrative in a game compared to the narrative in a movie. And one of the most profoundly different things about a video game and a movie is that you have a player character, you have actual agency within the world, and in many cases you're playing a character, maybe even a customizable character within that world, and that changes things drastically. You're not just watching John Wick or whoever fighting it out on screen. You are the character fighting it out on screen. And I think that the place where games struggle the most when they try to emulate movies is that they have a tendency to undermine the trust between the author and the player, because you always want there to be a twist. That's one of the big things in movie. There needs to be a twist. There needs to be a catch. There needs to be this midpoint, which is usually beyond the midpoint, but you know, it is when you raise the stakes. And that could be a lot of things, but usually it has to do with an emotional connection to another character. And that is fine when it's an emotional connection between somebody on the screen and somebody else on the screen. But when it becomes an emotional connection between a character that the player is playing, is invoking, is controlling, and somebody in the screen, then that emotional connections become something we call for pseudo emotions. We are actually trying to have the player immerse themselves in this character within the world, and this creates this struggle with trust, because one of the things that we see in particular with romance, honestly, is that if you want to have a very impactful twist on the player, the only thing you need to do is kill off a character they care about. And that can be a romantic interest, or it can be a parent figure of some kind. You see it often in games that they kill off the dad, for instance. Not so much often the mother, but it also happens, right? It's some kind of paternal or maternal figure that you build up and you build emotions. And because, as we say, people have played games before usually when they play a game, so people are gonna realize, oh, it's the dad character, he's probably gonna die. Because you know that is why they're doing it. They're literally only introducing this emotional connection so they can, I want to say, exploit it. They can mistreat it. They are trying to get you emotionally hooked so that they can kill off the character and you can care about it. Because they are incapable of writing a story that can have a twist where they are not taking the player's emotion hostage within that situation. And I think that's problematic because it creates an unwillingness in players to actually immerse themselves. They're afraid to immerse themselves emotionally in characters, in particular in AAA games, because you just know that there's a really good chance that if they're really flaunting this emotional relationship in the player's face, that is because they want you to take the bait so they can use it to get you emotionally upset later. And I don't think that's a very kind thing to do. I think it's a very detrimental thing to do. I'm gonna take this as a slightly different place. But I feel like it's a very bad BDSM relationship. Because the thing is that players will sometimes be open to tragedy. But there's a very big difference between tragedy and a romance. And the literal difference is whether it's gonna end well. And a lot of games present an emotional connection as a romance, but then it's actually gonna turn out to be a tragedy, where they actually kill off the romantic character for the main character, or profane them in some way. And that is something that you can see a lot in it's so interesting because it's almost shameful to the player. Because if you take traditional games, and I mean certainly not all games today, but traditional games, there's a lot of violence, clicking on heads, killing people, and we're completely fine with that. Yeah, sure, absolutely shoot that other person in the head. That is completely normal and okay. Yes. And then you have a more, I want to say, feminine perspective. Let's say that you want to get emotional invested in a character. Okay, you can do that. But if I actually gave you the opportunity to be emotionally invested, you now have to be afraid that I'm not just gonna kill off that character to use that, as leverage in order to make a profound point, instead of allowing you to have a romantic experience in the game. So it suddenly becomes this, this bait that you're trying to make the the player take. And then, if you feel gaslighted because they're actually sort of abusing your investment in the game, you allowed yourself to be emotionally invested in the story. And what you got was to get the rock pool from underneath you, so they could go, ha, I killed them. Okay, cool. And now you feel maybe awful that you dare to be emotionally invested, romantically invested in a character for them just to kill it off. And what I feel is the worst thing about it is that we're gaslighting a lot of women this way, because we're actually also saying, and this is very much a thing that you say, that you see in the online discourse, that it's okay to shoot people in the head, but God forbid that you try to seek emotional romantic relations in a game, then you're weird. Why don't you just get a boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever? You don't hear the same thing like, why do you play Call of Duty? Why don't you just join the army? You know, it's like, it's because it's a fantasy, guys, and it's allowed to be a fantasy. And can we please allow people to get emotionally invested and explore their own romantic feelings and sexualities and trying to have emotional connections in a pseudo environment without calling them weird or gaslighting them or doing this weird rock pool where it feels like you're abusing people's emotions. And
I think that's a wonderful point.
Yeah, it's something that we've been thinking about a lot, and it's why we have the tone labels. It's why you will see that all the very meaningful choices, they come with this choice will have a profound effect sometime. So you can play around, you can trust us, be like, okay, this is just a normal choice, don't worry about it, play yourself, we're not gonna rock pool you. And then when it comes to the bigger things that is gonna happen, impact, we're gonna, you know, hold you up for a moment and say, just to make sure you understand, this is it's okay if you think a little here. Just know that this is gonna have some effect. And of course we're gonna have twists in the end, but the twist is not gonna be that we kill off Kim suddenly. Kim is gonna be around. We actually have, I love this in the first game. Michael. As I mentioned earlier, he's dealing with depression. Right? Yes, he's the incredibly powerful mage who can get out of everything if he wants to. And this is a very that wants to is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this sentence, because he can die in the course of the game. And the way that this can happen is that he can become prosecuted by Victoria in the later game, in the later parts of the game, and he can actually be sentenced to execution. And the thing is that, yeah, but Victoria can't corner Michael. Michael, he can just fucking get out of there if he wants to. But the thing is that he's dealing with depression. He's dealing with a looming sense of hopelessness. And there's gonna happen a very tragic thing in the course of the game for him. And two things that the player needs to do in order to proceed with this very tragic storyline where one of your companions kills another one of your companions is you need to leave him alone. So if you don't go to talk to him and you leave him to wallow in his hopelessness, then it will fester, and he will become absolutely depressed. He will stop wanting to fight back. So the thing is that when it comes to the tragic situation, he will let it happen instead of trying to fight back. So that's one of the crucial things you need to decide on. The other thing you need to do is to not romance him. Because if you romance him, then he has you to live for, right? So if you romance the character, that is actually one of the safe words to get you out of that. Because we do think in safe words. When you do things that are toying with people's emotions, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be allowed to feel sad. I think some of the strongest narratives are things that allow people to feel a sense of melancholy and to be sad, but it needs to be on the premise of the player. It's not going to be effective if the player isn't open to feeling sad. So one of the things is that this is also a very short ramp. If you end up with this and you're like, oh fuck, I hate this, Michael died, you can go back a chapter and you can fix it, because it's so little. It is so close to where it actually happens that you can still fix it. And I even think that there are some things you can do within the scene to make sure it absolutely doesn't happen. And that is what we call to allow the player a safe word to get out of very sad situations, because we want them to sort of, be willing to do it. Because that's the trust, right? It's not that we don't trust the player to accept tragic outcomes, but we want to make sure that it's on their premise and not just because we're, baiting them into a situation where we are exploiting their feelings. Yeah. I want to say it's very similar to the contract you might have with a game master while playing a tabletop like Dungeons and Dragons. It's like you can absolutely talk with your game master, like instead of them being like, so your character, you have shown a player in the group has shown a very romantic interest in one of the characters. Then it would be a very shitty game master to just kill off that character without talking with the player who is building up a relationship with that character. And of course, they might be that the player says, there might be a situation where that person could die. I'm fine with that. Cool. That is a contract. That is, you talked about it. You talked about emotions. You talked about the hopes and wants of where you want to take the narrative together, instead of the game master just taking it wherever they felt they wanted to take it. And now suddenly it became at the cost of the player's agency. So that's really what we're trying to do. We are trying as best as we can without creating very meta questions within the narrative to allow people a lot of agency in how they want the narrative to play out. And you can have very tragic endings, but it's also very easy to get around if you want to avoid it.
Yeah, I really like it. It sounds like you have a lot of thoughts in this game. Like you have a lot of things that you want to say, and also in a sense you want to change. Like you talked about how you cannot change the whole world. Nobody can change the whole world, but everybody can sort of change their current situation, small nearby current situation, and they can lift each other up. And it sounds like, in a sense, that's kind of what you want to do with this game. You want to address some of the things that you maybe think are not always done perfectly, and try and do it and try and highlight it a little bit.
Absolutely. And also, I feel that feeds a bit into what you're saying there. So one of the things that we've been doing, I like to call it passive activism, which are an oxymoron, I know. And the idea is that now Drosy mentioned being queer.
Yeah, so there was something, going back to that conversation you had just before, where you were saying, why can't we have games where we allow that kind of behavior? Why is that kind of behavior weird, to be romanticizing a character or to be exploring romantic or even sexual feelings in a game?
Yeah, and I think this is not a problem. This is not what I'm not saying. What I'm saying now is not because I think it's a problem that people do this, but the thing that I see is that it's very prominent that queer inclusive stories become a lot about the queer experience. And when I say the queer experience, I also mean the bad things in the queer experience. What we do is that we try to be inclusive of queer people and create a space where they can get to be queer without all the social problems that come from their everyday lives. And of course, a lot of queer games, they focus on those aspects. It just means that it's gonna be like, oh, this is a game for you, which will also remind you of all the bad stuff that you need to deal with. And so one of the superpowers of all the queer characters, including the player if they're queer, in Arcadia Fallen, is that it doesn't matter. you just get to be queer. There is quote-unquote racism against mages, but there's no, profound, outings or otherness to being queer, or what kind of skin color you have. Those kind of minorities, they are not presented as minorities in our world. You just get to exist and have the queer experience without having to think of the everyday things that you usually have, or often also have to deal with when a game is being queer inclusive by making it about the queer experience. And I think it's good. I think it's very good that we have games that focus and show the queer experience, but I also think it is a good thing that queer people can also just get to have a game where they can be queer without it necessarily needing to highlight also the things that they have to deal with and maybe wish they didn't have to deal with in their everyday lives. And what I mean by passive activism is that it's also a very good way of introducing queer people to people who don't necessarily understand what it means to be queer. In the first game, we have Quinn, who is use they/them pronouns. In the second game, we have Puck, who use they/them pronouns, and we're not making a big deal about telling about what that means to people, or how that can affect a person's life, or that people there, questioning, can you be they/them? There's only a binary, or whatever people they could come up with. But the idea is also that we're not using a lot of time to say that they're better than others, or that they are more deserving of whatever. And really, because we don't focus on the queer experience, we are creating a platform for people to just spend time with people who also happen to be queer, and then realizing that they are also people, right? Quinn uses they/them pronouns, and they are a lovely shop owner in Animal Valley, and the local mage who cares very much about the local people and will help them and actually kill them with kindness. That was one of our designs for them, was that they had to be a person who was very likable, because we wanted people to also see that people who are queer are just as capable of loving others as anybody else are, and then just trying to make people who might not be exposed to it, then trying to expose them to it in a way where we are just making sure that they understand that queer people are people.
Yeah, without making a big fuss of it, with it just being a fact like any other fact.
Yeah, because without naming some particular games, but there's some games that use a similar platform to ours, where the game is not about the queer experience, right? It's a queer inclusive game, and that's very important to us and to their games. But then sometimes they just end up in a situation where they kind of dunk on the player. It could be things like maybe you have a character who is asexual, which is completely valid to have a character who is asexual. But then maybe they present you with a choice to the player where you can be romantic with them, like just the choice that you saw between where you could choose to engage romantically with Kim. And that is the author presenting the player with an opportunity to show a romantic interest. And then comes the thing, okay, but how do you show a romantic interest in somebody who's aromantic? Well, surely there's some way that doesn't need to be strictly romantic. It is more about showing affection, or that you want to get close with this person, that you care about them, right? It doesn't need to be exactly romantic. But I have experienced in a few cases where such that it actually becomes bait in games that then have an aromantic character, where they will actually bonk the player on the head and saying, "How dare you try to romance an aromantic person?" And then you're like, "Oh, okay. How dare I try to care about a person who is aromantic?" Yeah, I can see that I was actually being a bigot now. And the thing is that you were not attempting to be a bigot. You were attempting to be true to that character. You maybe even understood that they were aromantic. Your intention was not to be romantic with them. Your intention was to show that you care about them, right? Yeah. And but the Arthur, by choice, was trying to get you in a situation where they could say that you are wrong for trying to romance an aromantic person, even that was not necessarily your intention.
Yeah.
But what the Arthur is doing here is that they are actually invoking some bad intentions in their player just so that they can get to have the moral high ground and chew them out. And I'm just gonna say that if you want to change the world and make more people who are not familiar with queer people because it's just not part of their life experience, and then that is the experience that they get to be schooled for trying to show good intentions, that is just not how to do it. That is absolutely not how to do it. That is how you achieve the opposite. And I think that is... I hate to see that. It and I've been hurt by it myself because I think anybody who has played Arcadia Fallen 1 and 2 will realize that one of the things that we preach is to show kindness to people, and that the world will be a better place if we just try to find small opportunities to be kinder to each other, to try and find understanding instead of presuming the worst in everybody, to even take people who are at odds with us and assume that if they knew better, if I took the time to talk to them, genuinely talk to them, and trying to make them see my worldview for what it is, instead of chewing them out in order to achieve some kind of moral high ground, because maybe you do have the moral high ground. I mean, I don't think it's good to be transphobic. I think it's bad. It's a bad quality to have. But I think there's a reason why people, they ended up being there. And one of them could be that they got chewed out after showing actual profound intentions to be good to a person in a video game. And then they got dunked on instead. And now they sit with this bad emotion of being made to be wrong. And who are they to say that they are wrong? And then they have no outlet for that emotion. And maybe if there was somebody who was kinder when they talked to them and just tried to understand that it's okay for you to not understand what it is to be queer, that doesn't mean that you're wrong either. And that somebody fumbling and good intentions doesn't make you a bad person either. You know, don't assume people to be bad people. Assume that people are good people trying to understand other people, and then try to extend that same understanding that you would expect from them. And so when you have authors who are so lost in their own need to, I don't know what it is. And I don't want to make assumptions or project things, but I get this feeling that it's people who might be. It's like we were all bullied in school at some point, right? And then we have this intrinsic feeling that we want to get back and stick it to that person who was a bully. Fuck that guy or girl or person. Hate them. And then that somehow creates this situation where maybe you feel like a cathartic outlet for putting your player in a situation where you can dunk on them morally. But then again, you found it more important to put your... It's like you think the worst of your player, and I think that's bad. You should think the best of your player. You should expect them to be understanding if you present them with a challenging worldview, but you do it in a way where you expect them to want to understand, instead of you expect them to. Don't make your player out to be bigots, please. If there's any authors who listens to this, ever. There,
Well,
that was a tangent, but I feel very profoundly about this as well, and I think it's very important. It's such a weird thing as well. I hear it sometimes, with that queer stories can only be told by queer people, and while I think there is a truth to that, the queer perspective can only be probably presented by somebody who is queer or somebody who has used a lot of time trying to mediate somebody else's worldview. I think that should also be valid. I still think that if we do the thing where it's only queer people who can tell queer stories, then we are making it into a sexuality war, right? Because then you're saying that you can't fight for somebody else, and I also think that's wrong. And
you also have plenty of authors, like male authors, writing a book where the main character is a woman, or maybe if not
absolutely
the main character, but let's say you write a book and there's 20 characters in them.
And it's called empathy.
Yes, you cannot have the life experience of everybody.
And
so if
I
you're
think it's
making
a bit
story
clearer
with multiple characters,
you need to invoke some things, and you need to empathize with some worldviews that is not necessarily your own. And I think it's more clear with Black Lives Matter, or the whole thing when you talk about that, because you also sometimes have that people say that the black people, the rights for black people needs to be fought by black people and stuff like that. And that's just, but then you're making it into a race war, right? Because if people, if you need to be black in order
that you wanna defeat,
exactly, that you need to defeat the other person, where in fact it should be that you can fight for each other, and it is just common sense that of course we all need to have equal rights, and there are some people right now that are worse off and they need to get a leg up, but they shouldn't have to fight that battle themselves against everybody else. We need to be able to lift people up instead of them having to fight against us. It's another way where in you create an enemy that is not necessarily an enemy. I mean, we have a very queer game written by a woman, and I sometimes end up in a very awkward situation because I am usually the person who is taking all the interviews or talking with officials in the industry, and I'm a man, a white man. Imagine that. So it can be very difficult for me to sometimes, because I can feel there's sort of an opposite hypocrisy, right? Where I need to somehow defend that even though I'm a white man, I'm actually presenting a story that is also created by mainly a woman, but with a lot of women on the team, and that is not the traditional gaming viewpoint. And it becomes this where you need to you're sort of judged before, what is it called? It's called when you're guilty until proven otherwise, not the other way around, right? So people assume when I step into a room that I'm a white man who needs to be defeated, and
so
it can be very difficult sometimes. Yeah, exactly. It's prejudice, right? Because I am doing everything that I can to make Arcadia Fallen and the stories that we tell successful, because I believe in those stories. I believe in queer inclusivity, representation. I believe in women's voices. I believe that men will want to listen to these stories as well, and there's more to being a man than playing Call of Duty. I believe there's a lot of men who want to have these stories as well, instead of just being we don't call it, this is a game made by women for women. It's a game which presents some queer and feminine viewpoints in a story that is made to be approachable by anyone, really. And sometimes when I try to get to talk to women's voices in games, it can sometimes be a bit difficult because they see a white man and they're like, we need to defeat you. It's like, but maybe you could also just let me join and then we could live more together and I didn't need to fight for my right to help people.
Yes.
Right? It's just it's sort of awkward.
It is a sad kind of discourse, but as you say, you just have to keep.
And it's not that bad. Honestly, I can usually get in, but it's a little sad that we've come to a situation where things are so polarized, where you assume that somebody else needs to be defeated instead of assuming that it's somebody else who can be a potential ally. And again, that's something we are presenting a lot in Arcadia Fallen 2 as well. There's of course going to be some characters that are more antagonistic than others, but there's a lot of redeeming values, and we're doing a lot to show that how they got there. And how they got there was usually to some extent because they were pushed there by the opposition as well, right? We're making enemies out of each other. And at some point, it can become so bad that there is nothing else to do but going to war. But hopefully we can fix it before it gets that bad. Because the least thing we should seek to do is to defeat each other. We should always try to find common ground and seek understanding. And if we're gonna kill each other, then do it with kindness.
Yeah. I think you also, it seems to resonate, like Drowsy saying, Quinn and Puck just existing is just nice because I can just exist as non-binary in the world with them. It shows
exactly.
that people forget that queer platonic dynamics exist or might not know that those dynamics exist. So just having it exist in the world without a spotlight. I'll also just say hi to Louisa Thomas, who's saying, sup man, doing well. Well, welcome Louisa Thomas. I don't know if that's somebody from your Discord, from Arcadia Fallen, probably.
Possibly.
But to take another example, World of Warcraft started some 4 years ago or some. Like then the expansion that they released 4 years ago suddenly had in every zone a quest line with some kind of minority, some kind of sexual minority.
Yeah, I remember it. It was the Shadowlands expansion, yeah.
Yeah. And I think they continued actually also after that with the Dragonflight. And I think that's good and bad in the sense that it's nice that they have it in there, but they did it in well, I won't say it the wrong way, but they did it in the opposite way as to what you've just described. They didn't have it just in there. They put a spotlight on it, right? And
it's because it becomes so the change is so drastic, right? That it's difficult not to notice it. And the thing is that we actually have an issue, at least in Denmark right now, with young men being disenfranchised. And the whole idea is that even though you have a lot more opportunity as a man, as a white man in Denmark, in Denmark, just as you have in many other places, you have a lot of privilege as being a white man. But on the other hand, it comes with this thing that you're supposed to be ashamed of the privilege that you have.
Yeah.
So suddenly, because we are really good at exalting women who do well and putting an extra spotlight on minorities, not unlike what they did in World of Warcraft, because they have been doing worse for so long. They've been under a lot of pressure and as systematically being pushed down by the majority, right? That is something that we know is a thing, right? And the issue now is that we're trying to do the right fight. We're giving women better rights, better pay. We're being more aware of queer people, and they're being allowed into more spaces, and they're being exalted in many places. But it also comes at the cost of white male teenagers who feel like they cannot be exalted. It becomes this, you're wrong for being a white man. And it's like, yeah, but I was born a white man. I can't really change that about myself. I guess I can say that I'm gay, but if you're not gay, then then that also feels like it's not you, or you feel like you're inclined to try and fit into a world that is not created for you. And I think that is also something that a lot of people who has Asperger's can resonate with. The whole idea that the world is suddenly being the world isn't made for you. In this, you don't fit in as much, and it's something I think a lot of queer people also understand. And something that just because you're a white man, that doesn't mean that you are incapable of feeling that way. But it's somehow it's starting to take the shape where there's so much focus on media relative to what we've seen in the past, and that's the difference, right? It's the sudden change that makes it feel like you're good if you're queer, but you are bad if you are a cis white man. Then you're a bad person.
It's an interesting thing because it also happened in America with the whole racism. Like they introduced Black History Month many years ago to put focus on the history of blacks in America.
Yeah.
And now they're at a point where, well, we would rather be without it again, because we've put focus on it because there was no focus on it. But now it exists as 1 month out of the 12. Let's remove it again and have it just be on a regular basis.
It's such an interesting thing, because there's also people that are like, why do we have pride parades? And I'm like, I'm so for pride parades. I mean, why do we have need to pride parades.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's incredibly important that we have it, because the alternative is that it becomes taboo again. It's incredibly important that we show queer people. I think what World of Warcraft did was great. And I even, despite what reaction it had because it was so drastic, I still think it was the right thing to do. Absolutely. I even think that maybe the drastic reaction was good to have, because it made it something that you talked about. You talked about queer people. You talked about inclusivity, and you did it about World of Warcraft, one of the most known game franchises of all time. That is incredibly good for the social discourse and for the rights of queer people and women and other minorities. It is good that it's something that we discuss and something we talk about. The only thing I wish we were better at was to make sure that we don't lose the male cis white teenagers, because they feel disenfranchised. They feel like they should. There's a lot of them who feel like a pressure that they should be ashamed just for who they are.
Yes, it's almost flipped around.
It's almost flipped around in a sense, right? And we need to understand that, of course, we should give all this awareness to the minorities. It's incredibly important. And it's incredibly important that we talk about it. But we also need to make sure that we don't make the guys who want to play Call of Duty into the enemy suddenly. Because they're also deserving of kindness. They're also deserving of having happy lives. And they're also okay to feel how they feel in their skin. Everybody should be included. And I feel like it's such a fun thing. I noticed there's a lot of places where they talk about inclusivity, and then maybe they talk about inclusivity, and then you see a board of, and they say inclusive people, and then it's all women. And that's not diverse. That's divergent. And I think it's important that we also have a lot of women's voices. I think it's absolutely better to have a board full of women than men, in particular in the games industry, where it's so overtaken by men because of how it's
like
historically
close to
been.
90% or so.
Absolutely. So I will not even fault them. The only thing that I notice is that you call a board of only women, you call that diversive. But that's just as diverse as a board full of men. So it's not diversive, it's just divergent, it's different, and it's good that it's different, only because men are such a high majority, but it's not diversive. And we need to make sure that that diversity means that we include everybody. It should not be minorities at the expense of the majority, because that's when we just create new enemies in each other, and that's not kind either. So again, I think what World of Warcraft did, I think it was amazing. I think they did the right thing, and I even think that the drastic change that they did, that was necessary and good for the discourse. I just wish that we were better at also making media content where it's okay to be a teenage white cis boy. I feel like when was the last time that there was a Disney movie with and I mean the animated ones, was it Hercules or was it Aladdin that featured a man as the, or a boy as the protagonist? I can't remember, but I just feel like again that
very much out of the loop with Disney movies.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit out of the loop, and honestly, I think a lot of these people who feel disenfranchised are unreasonable, even, to be fair. But they still feel disenfranchised, and I think we could do more to make sure that they also feel included, instead of the inclusion of everybody else being at their exclusion. And the one thing we can start to do is to make sure that we don't bonk them in the head when they make try to engage romantically with a romantic person out of an intention to be kind, and then we make them out to be a bigot instead. That is one of the places where we're making them out to be ashamed of who they are.
Yeah. I'll be very interested to dive into more visual novels. So this is my first experience, almost. Although I did like 2 weeks ago, I played a Game Jam visual novel, which was also really nice. But yeah, I'm kind of interested in diving into more of them now.
Well, I'm glad you had a bit of time to play the game while I was late.
Actually, I think it was quite all right that you were late, because this game is really difficult, I think, to play and talk to people.
Oh, it's
at the same
very
time,
difficult. Right? Yeah, you can't really talk over it.
I think actually, if I do another visual novel, it would be very nice to do like the first hour by myself, just to have people have time to just view the game, right, before you then almost stop it, like.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you and Drowsy had an opportunity to talk a little bit about the game before I jumped in.
Yeah, there were also a few others. Alan, if you know him, he said hello to you, so at least he knows you.
Oh, yeah.
But you weren't there at that point. But
I imagine, yeah.
Yeah, he seems
Royal
to know
Library
about visual novels as well.
Oh, yes. He knows a lot about the Danish industry as well. He's I usually call him the greatest cheerleader for the entire industry. He is such a good man, and he is so. He's so aware of every game that is being made in Denmark, and he just loves everything. I mean, he's so good at just being a cheerleader for everybody, and I think we need that. It's it's so difficult to make games. We're focusing so much time and energy into making these incredibly advanced mixes of both trying to make an interesting story that also needs to be able to run on a computer, and sometimes more than just a computer, also different consoles. There was a developer I heard, they compared it to trying to make a theater on a bridge, and you also needed to build the bridge. So you need to be both engineers and you need to be artistic people, and all of that needs to come together. Because there won't be any show if there's not a sturdy bridge for it to stand on, and that just means that we're sort of in our own pockets a lot of the time. We don't have the time to be out and talk and mingle with each other all the time. We're so busy focusing on whatever we're doing. So it's so great to have someone like Alan, who is just so good at taking the effort to go out and find people and figuring out what people they are doing, and then preaching it to everybody else as well. He is really good for making sure there's a sense of connection and understanding of what everybody is up to, and also showing people what is what's special about it, right? Let's take our game. Our game is a visual novel, as you know, and there's a lot of people in Denmark. It's also game developers who know very little, if anything, about visual novels. So when we show our game, I would say sometimes I get the impression it's like you take a handful of goo and put it in people's hands, and they're like, I don't understand this, and it feels kind of icky in my hands. Yeah, it's like, do I put it down? Do I save it? What is it? What's going on? What? Right. And we also get that from other projects where it's like, what is this? Right. And Alan is just absolutely incredible at presenting things in a way where even though you have no experience or real understanding of what makes this game special, he will be able to tell it to you.
Yeah, I think we've covered a lot of what makes Arcadia Fallen special. Actually, my only kind of question now is there are a lot of these things that I didn't get from searching on the game. It's not that I've done a lot of research, I haven't really had the time, but I feel like looking at the Steam page, for example.
That is a very interesting point. Yes, I would love to say that.
Yeah, I don't see all these things, but I think it's also super difficult to show. Last week I played a game called Midnight Girl, which I think has a really great story. Like it was like a movie, it was like a book in the way that you just get carried on forwards by the game, and the story just kind of unfolds. Yeah. And you can't preview that. You cannot show that on a Steam page before people buy the game. They have to kind of play it to experience these things. So yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious how you market your game, or if you at all are able to market it for these values, or if that's just something people have to pick up on themselves.
It's something we do very deliberately. I feel like so it's in part two things. One of the things is that we don't want to oversell the game. I do believe that for the right people, this is a game that will make you cry and change your life, and you will laugh, you will cry, all that stuff. But I also realize that there's a lot of people who say that about that game, and maybe it is right for a few people, and I absolutely also believe it's right for Arcadia Fallen. But it's not going to be right for everybody. But if I told you that you were gonna have a very profound experience, that we're gonna change your life, and you're gonna cry, you're gonna laugh, and then you don't, you're also gonna feel some expectations to do it, right? You even, the bar, I set the bar so high that it's actually even gonna be difficult for you to reach that bar. Yeah. So it's better to just say, this is gonna be, again, as the guy from the Xbox Hub said, he went into it thinking it was gonna be a fantasy version of the Breakfast Club. Yes, please play the game expecting it's gonna be, a cozy, lovely, comfy time, and it's gonna be enjoyable. You're probably gonna laugh. I'm not gonna say if you're gonna cry or not. I'm not even gonna say whether this is gonna be a life-changing experience, because a lot of the time it might not. And if you expect it to be, then it's gonna be even more difficult to achieve even. So it's such a weird thing, because there's so many games that create trailers and marketing material and all kinds of exciting things to try and oversell what the game is. Really try to make you so excited that it's actually going to be difficult for the game to live up to that. But by then you already bought the game, right? So what's the matter? But the thing is that we're living on word of mouth. It is, we present our game as being a good experience, comfy, all the things I just said, and we feel like it shouldn't be. We like it when people say in their reviews or whatever that they had a very emotional experience with it, or they felt very seen, that it helped them deal with things in their life, or other very emotional things that we try to achieve with the story that we have. And it's also this very hopeful story about fighting apathy with spite. That's something that's gonna continue throughout, in particular in the second game. And it's very important to us that the game isn't about escapism, but we sort of hide it in the guise of escapism so that it can surprise people. When it surprises people, it takes a really long time. It's such a, I almost want to say that this is a game that if you really boil down to it, it's gonna be friendship is magic, and you can fight tyranny with friendship. And we're gonna say we're gonna spend 12 hours of your time building a big ramp and making the profound steps that are necessary in order to be ready to accept such a whimsy premise, because it takes time. It takes a lot of time to make sure that people, they are emotionally engaged in the characters and the world, to really be emotionally open to such a message. Otherwise, it's just gonna feel. Right, it always feels stupid when you say friendship is magic, but the thing is, friendship is magic.
Yes.
And we apparently need 12 hours to say that, and that also just means that it needs to surprise people a little bit. We need to take the time before things start to hit the fan and things start to be difficult for us to really be able to build up the narrative in a way where it has the impact that we want it to have, and where people, they are emotionally open to that story that we're trying to tell. So we can't just tell it on page 1 or on the cover or the back of the book that this is what the game is. People need to be surprised a little bit, and we feel that
actually movies always do that, right? Movies,
they always do. They always do.
You should only watch half of a trailer for a movie, because the first half is kind of letting you know what the movie is about, and the second half is just spoiling what the movie ends.
Yep, that is all the action scenes in succession, and then you didn't need to see then you already seen all the most cool scenes in the movie. Great.
Yes.
Yep. And it feels a bit like that. And what I mean is that I think we have a story that for a lot of people can really touch them, but it will be detrimental to the game if we were the ones saying it. You wouldn't believe it anyway. So it makes more sense for the players, people who have played the game, who were touched in that way, because it's not going to be everybody, but that they can say, whether it's in a review or it's word of mouth to a friend, say that, wow, you should play Arcadia Fallen 2, and they're like, why should you play it? Just play it. because I would spoil it if I told you, but it's gonna be a great story, right? And then they can hopefully get some of the same surprise. So it is such a weird thing to have a game that really tries to tell a very deep and emotional story, and then is absolutely not even selling itself on that, because it needs to be a bit of a surprise. People need to be ready for it. And they need to not quite expect it going in. But of course, if you played Arcadia Fallen 1, you are probably gonna expect the same kind of narrative brand from Arcadia Fallen 2. And that hasn't taken away from the experience, clearly, from the people who played it. So that's also great. So it's not that it needs to rely on... It's not that you need to be surprised, it's that you need to hear it from somebody else than us. You need to experience that it actually does the thing that we set out to do, because it's just going to sound disingenuous if we try to say it.
Yeah. Maybe we should start rounding this off, and I'm kind of thinking, now you said if you've played Arcadia Fallen 1, you have certain expectations for Arcadia Fallen 2, and as far as I've been able to see, Arcadia Fallen 2 has been a better success than the first one in every measure, in reviews and in sales and in just like overall. It seems that you've actually made a second game which is a success, which in itself is an achievement. So well, first
Absolutely.
of all, congratulations.
That can be very difficult.
Then,
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, also, if you said that you are actually already working on a Arcadia Fallen 3, so I don't know, can you share any kind of thoughts on
Well, I can share that
what will be the same or what will be changed? Or
it's going to be in the same world. It's going to be new characters again. Same kind of deal with Arcadia Fallen 1 to Arcadia Fallen 2. So there's going to be maybe a few characters that are going to appear that you know from the previous games, but it's going to be very few, and you're not going to have the same player character. It's going to be a new player character. We know that we don't know. We're probably, right now we expect that we're not going to do a time skip in the same way, so it's not going to be 7 years later again or something like that. It's going to be, the game is going to start around the time where the second game ends, but it's going to be from another perspective, that not unlike how you heard about the academy from Anne in the first game. So she's the student who is out doing her master's thesis, or it's actually her professor's thesis, but you know. So you get to hear about the Seven Winds Academy in the first game, and in the third game you're also gonna go to a place that you've heard about previously. So it's not gonna be a completely new place if you've never heard about. You're gonna have some idea where it is, but it's not gonna be, you're not gonna follow the gang from the second game right after. I think some people are gonna expect that with the way that we ended the second game. So that's one thing that we know, and another thing that we think is gonna be in a particular way. But otherwise, it's gonna be a lot of the same narrative brand, continuing off from the story where we left off in the second game. But we're actually working more on a completely different game that I can't even talk that much about. But it's going to be a game with a similar narrative brand as Arcadia Fallen. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be in a different...
two games and a book right now, all three?
Well, the book is sort of done. We're just trying to find a way to publish it.
Okay.
And the thing with Arcadia Fallen 3 is that it was sort of clear for us what we wanted to do better in the second game, and we are really happy that we managed to do it. As you say, people are very happy with the quality of the game. People generally think that the characters are stronger, the game is better, the story is stronger, everything is generally just better across the board, which was what we set out to do, and we had some really good ideas of where we could lift the quality of the game. But that's just because the second game has been the success that it is. It's gonna leave some shoes that are even more difficult to fill out in the third game. Mm-hmm. And for that reason, we have decided that we're gonna take all the time we need, which we don't know what is, but it's not gonna be like 10 years, whatever. It's I don't expect so at all. So it's not gonna be it's never gonna happen. It's not gonna be the last book of Game of Thrones or the next Half-Life game or the next Persona game or something like that, where it's gonna take forever for the next game to come out. We are working on it, but we need to take our time to really figure out how we can make sure that the third game lives up to the series, because that is absolutely the crutch with when you have a good game that is that you have good success with as the first game, and you even manage to supersede it with the second game. Then how do you keep up that momentum in a third game? It's very difficult to keep making the game better, especially when games in general become better. In whatever time that the third game is going to be out, people's expectations will have risen just with the general expectation of games being better. So you need to both outrun the fact that games are generally getting better, and then somehow still manage to make an experience that can hopefully be better than the previous game, or at least just as good. But because, as I just mentioned, with how games tend to be better and games and players' expectation of games tend to rise, it's going to be difficult. And because it's difficult, it also just means that we need to make sure that we make some really strong decisions early on, so we can make a narrative that can hopefully be just as powerful as what we managed to deliver with the second game, and then just with some different new lovely characters that people will love to spend time with.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
And while we do that, we're gonna work on the other game, because that's not gonna be as difficult to make, because it doesn't need to live up to the same expectations. And then that means that we can get that game out before, and then we will probably return to Arcadia Fallen after that.
Okay.
I think that's what I can say without over speaking or over promising anything.
All right. I won't dig any more into it then, but very exciting. Daniel, thank you so much for spending so much time and talking so much in depth about your game. It's been
thank you for inviting me.
Really lovely.
Yeah, it has been a great time, and I'm very happy to see that there were some people from our community and some other people that joined in here and who were also participating in the talk, and hopefully thought I had some very clever, interesting things to say. Or if not, then just like all the characters in our game, we are all just people.
Yeah. At least it looks like you have a good community, because sometimes people forget that the developers are also humans, and oftentimes stressed humans who are trying to live up to expectations and trying to do it on a deadline.
I absolutely love our community. If there's something I can also say here, which I think is very fitting as a closing remark, is that I think I touched upon and talked about some things that can be very difficult to talk about. Because it means a lot to a lot of people, and it also means a lot to us. And I know there's a lot of people who are afraid of talking about things like Black Lives Matter, or how you include queer people, because they're afraid they're gonna say something that is gonna be interpreted in a bad way.
And you're one comment away from being cancelled, and if you make that comment, there's no chance that you even get to defend yourself.
Exactly. We usually say that it feels like walking down an aisle and people want to shoot you from both sides.
Yes.
And we want to talk about these things also because it's very important to us, and you need to be very aware that you don't give anybody bullets, because people are usually not going to shoot you down unless you give them bullets. And the thing is that people can be so afraid of potentially giving bullets to one side or the other. And the thing is that it makes sense. There's a lot to fight for. There's a lot of feelings. There's a lot of things that, and I'm happy that people fight for what they believe in. I think it's very important. And then the thing is that I am so happy I'm so grateful for our community, because I don't feel like I need to be overly scared about speaking my mind and just saying what comes to mind and being saying how I feel, because I am absolutely sure that if somebody were, I'm absolutely sure that our community will hear the good faith interpretation of what I have to say. And I think our games show that we have very good intentions. And I'm sure that if somebody came with bullets and tried to shoot us, that our community would try to disarm them, would try to talk them down and say, please put the gun down, please don't shoot anybody here. We're actually trying to include everybody. It's such an interesting thing with, there's a lot of games. It's like, do you remember, if it was a thing when I was little, you had the boys and the girls room in the daycare places. So there was a room just for boys and rooms just for girls.
Huh,
and
I don't remember that actually.
It's not all places that had it. No. I remember I worked, at least growing up, I worked 2 places that had these rooms. And the thing is that it's basically a sign that says no girls allowed in the one and no boys allowed in the other. And what we are really just trying to do is that we're trying to say everybody is allowed here. And again, that can be it can be very difficult for people to it's such a weird thing, but that is what inclusion is, right? It's not that, because sometimes it becomes that we're gonna make an only boys room over here, and then some other people we're gonna make an only girls room over here instead, where we are really trying to say that we could also just take down the signs and just allow everybody in and talk to each other, and not have to stand on 2 sides of an aisle, right, and then shoot each other. Not that I don't understand that it's an existential crisis where people have a lot of feelings where they want to shoot people, and sometimes you need to shoot people. I also think that's true, but please don't shoot me.
Well, hopefully you only need to shoot people if they really step over you, but...
And that's the thing, and that's also something that will come up in Arcadia Fallen 2, so yeah. It should be the last resort. We should absolutely try to meet each other and seek understanding. Anyway, there was a little tangent, but yeah, we are absolutely love our community. We're very grateful for them and the voice that they allow us to have in the industry.
Yeah, looks like a great place. So hopefully it'll stay that way, and you won't make a disappointing follow-up for your game.
Yep, I hope so too. We'll see. We'll do what we can to make a great game again. That's for sure.
All right. I wish you luck.
Thank you. And thank you for having me, and have a great time.
Yeah, it's been really nice. See you.
Yeah, take care. Hey.
I'm just gonna end off the stream by saying that I run these streams every week, every Monday morning in European time. I run different Danish games every week, and then I invite the developers to talk about their games and try and get a little bit behind the games. What were the ideas behind the game and all that. Next week, it's not gonna be Monday though, it's gonna be Tuesday, so that's a little bit misleading, but that's a deviant to the rule. The developer couldn't make it on Monday, but it's gonna be Pixeline. So if you grew up in Denmark, I think you know Pixeline. Outside of Denmark, I don't know if Pixeline is really that well known, but I found one of the developers for Drager over Pixieland, which means dragons over Pixie Land, which I think is one of the bigger Pixeline games, which we picked because that one, probably has a little bit more to show off than some of the smaller, like Pixie and Dansk and Pixie and Math and all that. Then the week after, in 2 weeks' time, it's gonna be Subway Surfers with one of the key artists for the game. So an artist that made like the key art, which is art that's gonna really sell the game in a way. And of course, Subway Surfers is one of the most downloaded mobile game in the world. So I think a lot of people will know that one. The developer joining is a key artist, which means also has a foot in like the marketing department. The week after that might be Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core, which is a game coming out in 2 weeks. It has a release date on the 20th, and I spoke to one of the audio designers of the game who would like to be on the stream to talk about their work on the game. We haven't really agreed that it'll be the 25th. Maybe it won't be because that's straight after launch. So maybe it's gonna be a little bit busy. Launch time is always a busy time where you have to fix all the bugs that you didn't catch before you release the game. But yeah, if you're interested in any of that, see you around. If you're interested in just seeing new games or hearing from developers behind the games, see you around. And thank you to everybody who was here. There was a lot of nice questions, which is always really nice. Makes it more fun. Also, when people know the games better than I do. Other than that, I have nothing more to say. So have a very nice day. And yeah, thank you for being here.